They're back, guys.
How would you know?
Jax tells me.
What? By the way, that is the dirtiest pool
what do you mean?
Of anybody on this station.
He said his whole generation.
You backed yourself into a corner.
That's what they are.
And you throw Jax, who's not here to defend
I'm more of a traditional person myself.
It's the afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back, but not that back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. It is a hump day here in Cleveland. It's still colder than a witch's you-know-what in a brass something or other. But we got a big show for you today. That open courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We got Jake Murrin holding down the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Don't be afraid to hit the like there. Don't be afraid to hit subscribe on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Ring that bell, girl. And who the hell's on 2020s right now?
Matt Corelli.
Oh, the big cheese, Matt Corelli. Get over here, girl. I'm going to pet your fanny, Matt Corelli.
The young kids in those behinds.
Those young kids in those behinds.
Just what it always is.
I say, stay out of there, young man. Stay out. Save that one for marriage, I say. JP, how you doing?
I'm good. Now, do you want me to keep some sense of accountability for yourself, or do you want me to let you run wild? You tell me. Dealer's choice. You decide.
Oh, this is going to be fun because you've been very argumentative already today, and it came from the popularity of the word hoe.
Well, that wasn't the debate I wanted to get into, but yes.
I'm going to say, like, I knew today was going to be a bit of a bear when you were arguing, when we were having a when was it popularized versus when was it created vernacular argument about the word hoe.
You extended the convo. I don't know. I let that one die in the meeting. You're the one texting. You texted.
You texted 3 rebuttals.
That's because you texted.
You said 3 hoe rebuttals.
You texted, and then you were convinced that you were right when you weren't right. That was the whole point.
I said it was popularized starting in the 1980s. And was I wrong?
No, you just BS'd your whole way through a conversation, and then like, oh, I'm gonna send this off as if I, of all people, would be the one like, oh yeah, we'll just let this go. Have you met me? That's not a thing that I do. But that's not even what I'm discussing. Not even what I want to discuss.
You don't want to discuss hoes today.
Well, okay. I mean, it was really. I want to bring up the other 2 words that were in the conversation with hoes, but apparently we can't do that now.
I don't think so.
That's a bridge too far. Right? That's really the impetus of the discussion. So all right, so you have crutches today.
Mm-hmm.
If you are not using your crutches, I saw you go out in the hall not using your crutches. You walked all the way down the hall. Like, the point of the crutches is that you use the crutches.
Yep.
When you don't use the crutches, do you want me to shame you in the moment or just let you be?
Just let me be.
Okay, I'll let you be. Okay, all right.
I just wanted to know. So those are mostly for the stairs because going up and down stairs.
I wasn't sure.
Well, going up and down stairs. So I have a little sprain in my foot, and it hurts, and I haven't had the medicine to take the swelling down and deal with the pain until after work today. So it finally just got to a point where it was just overwhelmingly painful. But when you go up or downstairs, because it's in my Achilles.
Okay, so that's what you need it for.
10 times where honestly, I could use it for up and down the hall. But it doesn't do the damage if I go up and down stairs without them.
I didn't know if you wanted me to play like the role of Vanessa when I was here, where it'd be like, I'm going to tell you to use that, because if not, you're defeating the purpose of trying to get healthy.
No, she already texted me today, are you using the crutches?
Of course she did. That's like the wife role. The wife role is like, I know you're not going to, but somebody has to be there to remind you.
I'm in the truck. How could I have used the crutches from when I left in the truck to not getting to work in the truck yet? So, no. But I appreciate you looking out. That's a good, and I appreciate you asking as well.
I just want to know how you want to play this one, so it won't get brought up again. And by the way, if you say something that pisses me off, I'm just gonna kick those crutches out from underneath you.
You almost did on the hoe argument before the show.
Gonna kick those crutches out from underneath you.
The hoe before the show. It was a hoedown. That's what that was.
Yeah.
I really wanted to have a nice little Wednesday today. I did. I woke up. We had such a fun show yesterday.
That was a fun show.
And anytime we have a show Kenny called in at 6:30. We had a great hit from Albert, and Fanta was on fire, and we got to rage about the Wyatt Teller situation a bit. We had some good Shador discussions, and I was like, Wednesday's going to be. It's just going to be that next step. And then I'm sitting there. Trying to get the script from the doctor today, and I see it. The Browns have opened the 21-day window for Deshaun Watson, meaning that in the next 21 days, they either have to activate Deshaun Watson from the PUP or they shut him down in its entirety. And it was just like, you can't help yourself. Can you, Browns? You can't. You already dogged our boy Wyatt Teller, and everybody knows you did. We got Mama Teller out here having to tweet about your wicked ways to the Cleveland Browns. Mm-hmm. We already have the Shedeur argument on the daily, right? You've given us enough fodder, right? Oh, anytime you or I go on another station, oh, you're so lucky to have all these talking points. Yeah, I'd just rather a winning football team, but I digress. The point is, we didn't need to do the Deshaun Watson thing today. And I'll be honest with you, I wonder if the Browns opened his 21-day window today out of sheer spite.
So it just kind of feels like they get to a spot where it's like, oh, all the conversation seems like it's simmered down a little bit. This is the Jerry Jones-ification of what the Haslams and the Browns seem like they do. It's like just a moment where you think like, all right, the waters are calmed down. They do something to go ahead and disrupt everything. And it's almost like the timing of this feels as if they're like in an early anticipation of what would just get the most people talking about the Browns at any given point. And then there we are.
I don't think it is okay, I'm not trying to go full conspiracy theory tinfoil hat here.
Let us down that road.
I think this Wyatt Teller thing has a chance to be a real thorn in their side because it paints a real bit of dysfunction. And for all the things we've seen in Berea and all the things we've speculated, we've not seen like Hugh Jackson level dysfunction on open display unless it was like Miles throwing a temper tantrum. And that feels more about Miles than it does simply about the Browns. I can't help. It's tough for me to think it's a coincidence that they just magically decided to do this, something that would take all the headlines, all the noise, all the what have you, when there's a very real conversation about how they've treated one of their absolute favorite sons, one of the favorite sons of Cleveland Browns fans, and when Wyatt Teller's family's tweeting about
do you think Deshaun is just uses misdirection, and this is what you're saying?
I don't know that's the only reason, but it does feel a little coincidental that as this thing, because again, Monday it was a bit of a story, yesterday it was a huge story, and then today it continued to be a big story. Would I put it past them to do something like this? Again, I'm not saying they didn't intend to open up the 21-day window, but do I think they understood that when you did it, you would offset whatever headlines there were that day? Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. I look at it more like I think they genuinely want to see what they not only have with Deshaun at this point, but I think this is almost kind of like a poking and a prodding to Shedeur to be like, Shedeur, here's your chance. If you look good, this man doesn't have to play. And if you don't look good, well, we got 3 weeks to go ahead and make that decision, and this will be the guy that replaces you because it's not Dylan Gabriel is not the threat that he once was. Bailey Zappi makes no sense, and no one can justify that. But they can go to Deshaun if they want to, and they would go to Deshaun. And so, like for me, this is about them basically keeping Shedeur on his toes once again.
So I think in this case, this might be one of the few things they're doing that has nothing to do with Shedeur, because I actually think it just has something to do with that same old that itch you have to scratch of, well, it's the worst trade in NFL history. We got to find a way to make it good. Hey, is he ready to play? And if he's going to be here next year, if he's ready to play, let's put him out there and let's just see if.
Well, think about it. Last year, they were caught with their pants down when it came to the quarterback room. In many ways, they looked around. They tried to get Kirk Cousins is in town. Is he not in town? They couldn't make a trade for it. They left the quarterback situation when they realized that they weren't going to draft a quarterback in the first round, and they left it with basically nothing. They were holding no cards. And so I almost wonder if you play Deshaun for the final 1 or 2 games, if Shedeur starts to stumble here, and then they're setting themselves up for if they don't have an offseason where an obvious quarterback move can be made, like what happened this last year. It wouldn't surprise me if they threw Deshaun out there to start the season.
Can you imagine a Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel
that would be the quarterback conversation. Yes, that's what it would be. I could totally see that happening if they do end up in a spot where they don't draft one of these quarterbacks, because let's say Dante Moore stays at Oregon and Mendoza goes number 1 overall to a team that isn't the Browns, and you just have to eat that. And then in the open market, it's like, oh, it's Mac Jones for a price we don't want to pay, and basically nothing else. Nothing materializes. And if they're looking at it instead of this 2-year, we're going to suck window extended to 3 years, I know there's a lot of ifs here, but it's on the table with them.
If you bring back Kevin Stefanski and these three quarterbacks being Shedeur, Deshaun, and Dylan Gabriel, and nothing else, and you expect something to change, I don't know you deserve to run a franchise. Like, at some point, there's got to be, and by the way, I'm of somebody who thinks, man, if Shedeur keeps showing that incremental improvement this year, I think the real jump for Shedeur comes between the end of this season and the beginning of next season, because he'll have a full off season in the NFL, and I think he'll have a renewed understanding of the kind of work that it takes. I think every rookie quarterback has this, by the way. It's not like Shedeur has it, but that every rookie quarterback has to learn just what a grind and how much work it takes in the NFL. But that's your hope. It's not going to be Deshaun. It's not going to be Dylan Gabriel. It's going to be, hey, and oh, by the way, if Deshaun were to beat out Shedeur week 1, the one guy who I think there will be some hope for, I don't know how you do it if you're the Browns.
I would, but I also would have said I don't know how you enter this season with their 4 quarterback competition thing that they had set up with Flacco and Pickett, and then drafting a quarterback in the 3rd and then the 5th round. Like, they've shown us just this last year, they're really not good at putting together quarterback plans, and they will just let and see as the quarterback market doesn't materialize and shape the way that they want it to, and then you end up in that situation. Am I saying this is the most likelihood of answers for the Browns or something that I could see happening? No, that's not what I'm saying, but I am saying it's on the board.
I'd just like to remind the Browns, because I checked around about this, and I asked like 3 different people, right, from different spots here, just to confirm. The Browns don't have to open up Deshaun Watson's 21-day window, right? They don't have to. Meaning there's nothing in the CBA that says he's on the PUP. At some point, you have to open that 21-day window. It is a decision that you make to do so.
Yeah.
And every single person said, yes, it is a decision that they make. It doesn't mean that they have to do it. So the Browns are actively deciding whether they want to see Deshaun Watson this year. So we already start with, you didn't have to open up the 21-day window. So you didn't have to do that, but you did. All right, you don't have to activate Deshaun Watson in the midst of a lost season where fans are already well upset enough. You don't have to, but you're thinking about it. So allow me to answer, I would say pretty unilaterally, really just across the board, nobody wants to see this.
Nick, they don't think about Deshaun the way you think about Deshaun. They don't think about Deshaun the way that 99% of the fan base thinks about Deshaun.
But they have to. They have to understand.
They're showing you they don't.
And I'm telling them now, with full impunity, without any doubt in my mind, you don't have to do this. You can be smarter than this. You can, for once in your godforsaken life, you can read the room. This is not rocket science. You got a full team of PR guys there probably saying, hey, this seems dumb. And they're right. You do not have to do this. I beg of you, read the room. Get Cletus Haslam in here. Get Billy Bob and Buddy Sue and Betty Jane. Get all the Bettys in there. Get all the Haslams in there. Let's round them up into one room and explain. If we got to use Hooked on Phonics, we'll use Hooked on Phonics. You don't have to do this. You didn't have to so you didn't have to open up his 21-day window, and you sure as hell don't have to activate
but Nick, the flaw that they have that they don't see that we've all seen is that Deshaun Watson can't play good football anymore. They haven't accepted that fact. For me, he's too injured of a player to ever put him out there in any sort of serious nature, but they don't see it. They've not yet given up on this, and I don't know why they haven't either. None of us can make sense of why they haven't either, but they clearly haven't, and there is a part of me that could see a scenario where Shedeur, if he stumbles, I think he's going to have the job the rest of the way. We won't have to worry about this. That's why everyone should be Shedeur fans moving forward. But if he stumbles, I could see them saying at the end of the season, all right, Deshaun, you got 2 games. Let's see exactly where you stand. And then let's take that into the offseason, and then we'll refigure everything out. And if you look good, who knows what's on the docket for 2026 as we need a quarterback.
216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media.
There's a real part to it.
I'm smirking because I am trying to keep it together. We're going to have a good Wednesday here. I'm not going to let this upset
your
me.
Wednesday's shot, okay?
No.
It's shot.
No.
You're not getting it back. It's done.
As far as you know, today, I got one damn good leg.
December 3rd, 2025 in your life it's done, okay?
No.
It's done.
Right.
You're not,
I got plenty of life left. Thank you very much.
No, you got tomorrow.
You got solid 3 or 4 years.
You got December 4th of 2025 maybe, but your December 3rd is shot. It's over. It's done.
At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Will Deshaun play this season? Quick hits coming up At 2:40 today, we got Ashley Bastock. At 3:20, we'll ask her about Deshaun and the activating the 21-day window for Deshaun Watson, Ross Tucker. At 4, we'll talk the quarterback matchup between Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders coming up at 4. Mark Schlerth, he's on the call for Browns-Titans this weekend. I don't know who he upset to get this call, but he's going to join us. He's also an Odyssey NFL insider. We'll talk with him about another Jerry Jeudy crash out. We will talk about Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders as well. But 216-474-0092. Brad and Tom, you guys stick there. 216-474-0092. Will Deshaun Watson play this season? And what are we really hoping for here? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Really not the focus for me, for him, for us. Our focus is activating this practice window, seeing him on the practice field, getting him into individual, those type of things. And I think I want to point out, he's worked really, really hard to rehab from this. He's done everything that's asked of him. So he's been so supportive in the meeting room, on the game field with the players. Now he gets to go do that on the practice field as well.
I don't care. That was Kevin Stefanski, Browns head coach, about Deshaun Watson gets to start practicing as the Browns have, again, they've opted to open the 21-day practice period for Deshaun Watson. And I understand, like, he's been instrumental with Shedeur. Now, I don't know how you can help Shedeur if you can't run the offense yourself. Right? Like, I don't know how that's like, hey, you didn't really fit in this offense. Teach the fifth rounder this one.
Isn't that like the whole basis with a lot of people when they say teachers, though? Like, most people teach because they can't do?
Yeah, but Deshaun could do other things. He just can't do this offense.
See, now you got me turned up. I don't know what to tell you there.
I kind of mental pretzeled myself.
I don't know. By the way, so Deshaun did work on the backup field. Mary Kay's tweeting out a video of it. So he's in the backup field, the one with Dylan Gabriel and Bailey Zappi.
Oh, did he get the hungry dogs period?
Yeah, well, because this is what we now know, is that the idea that there's two separate fields, and then is that your hungry dogs?
Yeah.
Stay hungry.
Not hungry enough.
Hungry dogs run faster.
Yeah.
Shedeur had the shirt on today, hungry dogs.
Which, by the way, never really loved hungry dogs run faster. I mean, like, just feed your damn dog.
Always liked it.
Yeah.
Always liked it.
Feed your damn dogs.
I fall for motivational things, though. You should know this about me. I do. There's a time in my life I like motivational stuff. Not as much anymore.
That is a cousin to self-help. Do you do a little self-help too?
No, not as much. I like, I don't know. I like what the motivational, it's never a bad thing to be like, all right, that made me want to try a little bit harder.
Yeah.
But now at 36, I don't try nearly as much. And so it just kind of goes away.
The point of getting older is you get to try less and less.
It just kind of goes away.
You just get to kind of release
but
slowly.
They're on two different fields is the point. And so it's Bailey Zappi and Dylan Gabriel and then Deshaun on this one field and then Shedeur on the main highlighted field on the other side.
Yeah.
So he's not really going to do much anyway.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, and listen, I would be surprised if he was activated this week. I think probably at the heart of my frustration, at the heart of the rage that you heard in the first segment, is that I agree with you. I think he is going to play this year. And it's just an absolute, like, by the time I think Deshaun is ready to play, I think the only thing he can do is maybe be just good enough to get a win that you don't really need and cost yourself some draft position. Mm-hmm. When it comes to Shedeur or Dylan Gabriel winning you games, that's what I want. I want you to win games with young guys who have potentially a long-term spot here in Cleveland, where I can see growth, right? Where I can see some real encouragement here. That, to me, is building towards something. Deshaun playing in week 17 and getting a win over, I can't remember is it Pittsburgh that week?
The final week?
Yeah. No, final week is week 18 is Bengals. Yeah. But like getting a meaningless win at the end of the season, giving basically the Lovie Smith. Like, to me, I don't think Shedeur or Dylan Gabriel,
the Bears-Texans game,
winning one or two more games here, I don't think either of those guys winning games at this point in the season is Lovie Smithing.
Although that did end up giving him C.J. Stroud. Funny how that works.
Well, that was 1 versus 2. This would be like probably pick 3 versus pick 10.
No, I mean, it don't matter. But what I'm saying is, like, the funny thing about that, end result with Lovie Smith is it actually worked out in the Texans' favor in a massive way because they got C.J. Stroud, who turned into their franchise quarterback. Like, it all in turn worked out when at the time people thought it was devastating. But your point remains. I think it's easy as this. I mean, if Shedeur, the opportunity is right there for him. If you don't want to see Deshaun Watson play football this year, then anybody that wants to come out here and talk about the EPA numbers for Shedeur Sanders, I'd suggest maybe you quiet down that noise. And for the people that didn't show up in the stadium this last weekend, if you really, truly don't want to see Deshaun Watson play, come out in spades for Shedeur.
Wait, real quick. Are you leveraging the fear of us having to watch Deshaun Watson play this year?
That's exactly what I was trying to accomplish that last segment.
I
was trying to accomplish that last segment and got derailed. I want to accomplish that. Yes. Yes, the answer is simple. It's all right there for you. Shedeur is the reason why Deshaun will or will not play this season, in my estimation. If Shedeur plays good or good enough, Deshaun will never see the field.
No, but see, this can boomerang.
He won't ever have to see the field.
But this can boomerang. If he doesn't play well enough, I'm going to start getting mad at him because I have to watch Deshaun Watson play again.
Well, that's why we need to
thought this one out.
No. We need to bury those EPA numbers. We need to bury the ugly if it happens to turn ugly, and we need to go ahead and highlight some of the positives. If you're true One Direction in this, okay, not the band, your
Easy,
actual
Harry
One
Styles.
Direction in this is to make sure that you never see Deshaun Watson start a football game again this year. Then you need to become a shahonk. You need to become the biggest Shedeur supporter imaginable.
What about
because
a Shedeur?
He is whatever you want to call it. Whatever. That's a little mean-spirited.
Well, no, those are okay. Yeah.
Little mean-spirited,
but it sounds funny.
No doubt.
Okay.
It's a banger.
Yeah.
It's a banger. But it's a little mean-spirited. But if you never want to see Deshaun Watson play again, then the answer is simple. Shedeur's got to do his part.
I'll be honest with you. I'm going full Shedeur if it means I don't ever have to watch Deshaun Watson play this year. Because I'm already also open to what you said, that if the cap nerds are right and Deshaun Watson's going to be here next year anyways, I'm already reeling with the fact that I'm probably going to have to see him next year. I could just use a full year cleanse of not having to watch that guy.
How dangerous this gets for the Browns if Deshaun Watson gets to play the final 2 games of the season and looks competent to good? Yeah. That's not good for the offseason prospects of everything.
Yeah, but I think
this is the team that would convince themselves that he's better than any other option that they can get.
But let's be honest, how desperate do you have to be? How and embarrassingly desperate for an organization that is already embarrassing and desperate. How embarrassingly desperate is it that he goes out and has a good game against a collapsing Steelers team or a Bengals team that might be out of the playoffs by then, and then they can take a victory lap?
I get it, but it's embarrassing, sure, but it's also the type of thing that you do when you're desperate to try to make Deshaun Watson be anything different than what he's been.
It's the kind of desperate thing that you do when you just have no respect for your fans.
Well, but that
needs to be said.
But this is why I think it's important when we have guys like Albert on. Me and you are passionate about this because we care about this franchise, and we've cared about how long this franchise has suffered, and we want this team to be as good as it possibly can, and also because we know we'll be here for the next 40 years discussing this team, right?
And probably Deshaun Watson under contract for the Cleveland Browns.
But when we talk to guys like Albert, what did Albert try to pitch to us earlier on in the season? He kept going back to the idea of who's the best quarterback in this room. That was his view. His viewpoint of it, and I didn't agree with it, you didn't agree with it, but his viewpoint is, and this is Albert Breer talking, who's the best quarterback in that room? And that's how these guys see this. They don't see this the way that you and I see it. They see it completely, they see it completely differently. They're going to bend over backwards to try to make Deshaun be something that he isn't, and they're going to try to bend over backwards to make him be good again, and they're going to give him every opportunity to do so.
216-474-0092. Will Deshaun Watson play at some point this year? Let's go with Brad in Canton. Brad, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
I don't think so. I think opening this 21-day practice window might be a way of avoiding some kind of action on the part of Deshaun's people, them saying, he's healthy, you're keeping him on PUP, we're going to file a grievance. They open the practice window, the likelihood of a grievance just goes way down. Hey, we let him practice for 21 days. We didn't see a healthy Deshaun. He goes to PUP. That's the end of the.
But if I was Deshaun's people, I'd be even angrier about that. Like if I feel I'm really healthy, and at the end of 21 days, I'm healthy, and then they put me on the PUP. Not only that's the easiest grievance ever filed. I immediately call the NFLPA if I'm Deshaun.
All the Browns have to do is convince the league people, not Deshaun's people. Who cares what they think? They have to convince the league's people, hey, we agreed with him that he was healthy enough to practice.
I think that's harder to convince, though. When I have video of Mary Kay 10 minutes ago tweeting out videos of Deshaun Watson looking as healthy as you could possibly look at being a human.
Mm-hmm.
Like these videos exist. They're out there right now.
And running around cones and going against air isn't football. I mean, I played a lot of football. That's not how you play football. It's out on the field. It's with freakishly athletic guys running to kill you. It's
right, but you brought grievances to the table.
Why did you chuckle after that?
The kill you part. I don't know.
By the way, that was a full-blown sicko line there, Brad. I kind of liked it.
It's the reality of football. Somebody's coming to breathe down your neck and they're coming, as Chris Spielman would say, with bad intentions. So I don't see Watson playing this year. I really don't. But anyway, have a great day, guys.
All right, too, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
He brought grievances to the table and then wanted to go Ray Lewis on us.
He did.
I don't know what happened there.
There were other parts of the call that I had to opt out of. Frank in Gates Mills, welcome to the show.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hello, Frank.
Why should Deshaun Watson not have a chance to play? He gives us the best chance to win. Not only this
Show
year,
your
but
work.
next year. What do you mean, show my work? Who's better than Deshaun Watson that we have under contract to play quarterback?
Well, who can stay healthy and who hasn't been absolute dog butt for the last 3
The
years?
health is the biggest thing for me.
Well,
the health is the
I'm
biggest.
not saying Deshaun Watson has played great football, but he certainly has played better than our two rookies.
I don't know that that's statistically true. He struggled cracking 200 yards passing last year with an offense suited completely around him. Like, I don't know which version of Deshaun you're talking about, because maybe that first year where there was still some juice.
Year 2, he had one good game, but he did go 5-1 in year 2. And I know a lot of people, just if you hang on to the win-losses, I'm not as much of a win-loss with a quarterback guy. But by year 3, it was shot. But it's not even that. You can just move away all the actual football parts of it. The idea he can't stay on the field. That's my biggest complaint. I can't rely on him to stay healthy. He's broke.
But you agree he's going to be given a chance with the amount of money that he's owed. There's no chance that we're just going to dump him and get rid of him and let him go somewhere else and play well.
That doesn't make it a good idea, though.
Yeah,
Frank.
that's where we always have to stop in line here.
It's a better idea than anyone else. I mean, certainly it's not Dylan Gabriel. And Shedeur Sanders, he might eventually be okay, but he's not ready to play. We've seen that.
He literally won a game 2 weeks ago, and he's been better than Dylan Gabriel was the 6 games prior.
Well, better than Dylan Gabriel is not a really high bar to set, is it? I mean,
we agree with that.
in the league is better
fair.
than Dylan Gabriel.
But, it's interesting, Frank, and I thank you for the call, buddy.
Who would you rather watch in week 17 and 18? Dylan Gabriel?
Yeah, it's not even close.
Okay.
Yeah. I cannot stress it enough. I don't know anyone that wants to see, other than Frank.
I mean, we
that
might
wants to
just
see
turn
Deshaun
off our TVs if it gets to that point. I'm not sure, but
honestly, it actually might be the thing that makes me not watch Browns football at the end of the season. And understand the things. And again, I'm not the person that raged against Deshaun for 3 years, right? I tried to give it as much of an opportunity as I possibly could. I squinted as hard as I could in that Raiders game. If you only had the Amari touchdown, he would have been. But the reality is, it's not even about Deshaun anymore. It's not about the human being. It's about the whole ordeal. It's about the massive failure of the Cleveland Browns and their inability to ever really own it. Like, they've said the words. They've said the magic words. We own that. And then they've continued to run an organization with a level of hubris and a lack of awareness that is befuddling to me. Like, at some point, if you really want to show me that you own this decision, don't have Jimmy Haslam at the owners' meetings in April say, hey, we know it didn't work out and it's on us. No, own it by not putting him out on the field at least this year, where the only thing he can do is play just well enough for you to convince yourself that he's your quarterback going forward for one more year and win a game that takes you out of draft positioning. Nope, no thank you. Show me that you've learned your lesson. And again, 2026 is different because 2026 is, if he's under contract I understand you got to give him some ability. You can't just do what the Texans did, which is put him on, the inactive list or the...
Yeah.
I keep saying commissioner's list. That's
the
not what it
inability
was.
to perform list or whatever that is.
But I know you can't do that for another full season because then you will have a grievance. But specific to this year, it's a lost year. Don't make it worse by pissing me off. Just don't. 216-474-0092. Will Deshaun play this year? We're actually going to push quick hits a little bit here because we got some takes on this. What do you think the Browns are hoping for if Deshaun plays? That's in 5 minutes with a bunch of your calls here on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays, hence why I, the Prince of Parlay, on the FanDuel app, Nick Wilson, loves me for some FanDuel. So from points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to contribute and combine your favorite.
Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere in the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
We're going to activate Deshaun's practice window, so he'll be out there, which is outstanding for Deshaun. He's been working so hard, rehabbing, so finally to get out there on the practice field with his teammates, go through individual, I think is really great for him. So excited for him. His focus, my focus is obviously getting him back to playing football, practicing football, which he hasn't done in over a year. So good next step for him.
Kevin Stefanski, Browns head coach, in earlier today, talking about Deshaun Watson's practice window being opened. And I will say that I think there's another part of, hey, let's see Deshaun this year that I think is honestly just kind of dumb. And it is, you're going to be playing him at the end of the season where a lot of his teammates are going to be checked out if they continue to lose at this rate. Mm-hmm. And whether it's 3 games or 4 games. So the upside is if he looks decent in 4 games, it'll still just be 4 games. But if he looks bad, and that's 4 straight years of looking bad, or honestly, even if it continues to go down, he looks even worse than he did at the start of last year.
Yeah.
It's going to be really tough to talk that next head coach, whomever that might be, assuming that a decision is made there, to, hey, if you build your offense around this guy, either him, Shedeur, or Dillon Gabriel are going to be the keys to the kingdom.
Listen, I thought this was something that if I was Deshaun, I would try to avoid a 2 or 3 game audition, mainly because we had Mary Kay, or somebody had Mary Kay on earlier in the year, and like her suggestion was that she thought Deshaun would just never see the field, and next year is kind of what he was gunning for, and that always made a lot of sense to me. It really did. Like you want to keep almost that air of mystery about yourself, because right now all anyone thinks about you is that you are too injured and not good, and 2 games or 3 games with the way the offensive line has been, because it's been very injured, even though they've been better in the past couple weeks, the way the pass catchers are non-existent and your number 1 wide receiver is melting down on the daily, it feels like. I mean, we talked about it. This isn't a great setup for Shedeur or Dillon. It's not a great setup for Deshaun either.
Yeah, and I think that's another part of this that's like the head scratcher from the Deshaun side of things. I understand. Listen, I do believe in the line that the player's always going to want to play. And I understand that. And I bet you that Deshaun is chomping at the bit to go ahead and prove people wrong, even if it's only for a game, right? I believe some of those things are probably true. At the same point, if you're Deshaun, the next time you touch the field in the NFL might be the last time you ever touch the field in the NFL. So why would you want to do it in a Kevin Stefanski offense that you looked really bad in the first 2 years? Because this isn't the offense he looked really bad in last year. It's the offense he looked really bad in the first 2 years that he was here. Like, there's a part of me that's like, how can David Mulligetta or somebody, Quincy Avery, any of the team over there? Oh, and by the way, Quincy Avery has said nothing. Deshaun's guy said nothing but bad things about his teammate. That's a whole nother thing we can unwind. But there's a part of this that the logic doesn't logic from the Browns, the desperation of, well, we got a $230 million investment we got to see. You know what you have. Come on, don't be clowns. And then the other one from Deshaun's side is, why would you trust, if this is the last chance you ever get, if the next time you step foot on a field is your last chance in the NFL, if you're down to that, why would you allow that to be with Kevin Stefanski?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think he just feels like he's out of options. So
I would just wait to see if they fired Stefanski, and maybe they have a head coach who knows how to build around other quarterbacks next year.
Yeah, I mean, at least, I think what you got to be shooting for if you're Deshaun is to potentially be a backup at some point, and then maybe an injury happens, and then you can kind of showcase yourself. That's like best case scenario, and that's how it plays out for him. But it's
you've
tough.
been ardent he's going to be here next year because
he is.
The cap stuff.
Yeah.
Which
that's
means
what I'm talking about.
You're not going to be able to hide him on the pup next year.
No. That's what I'm talking about. Like, he'd be playing for the idea that he wanted to be the backup here. Yeah. Like, that, like, best case scenario for him, outside of something happening where it's just a three quarterback race between Dylan, Shedeur, and Deshaun. I think that's also something that he'd be rooting for. But outside of that, his best case scenario is he enters next year as the backup quarterback, and he's just a play away from entering. I wouldn't do it if it's me, but that's, it's what he's got to be rooting for.
216-474-0092. What are the Browns hoping for if Deshaun does play this year? Let's go with Vince in Euclid. Welcome to the show, Vince.
Hey, how you guys doing? First-time caller.
Well, thank you, buddy. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Deshaun Watson thing is nothing more than just dotting your I's and crossing your T's. I mean, when you look at if you had like a home insurance policy and you didn't have smoke detectors, so nothing was covered on the inside of your house because you didn't have smoke detectors, you had to put them in before you get rid of that guy. I mean, it's that simple. There's an insurance policy on him. He's not going to hit the field this year. It's just not going to happen. There's a payback for him.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you're talking about. You lost me with the smoke detector thing, especially since like my insurance sends me free smoke detectors in the mail now. So it's like everyone should just put those in. You're talking
must
about.
Be nice to live in North Solon.
Before I burn the house down,
it's just with a standard insurance company.
Right. I got to put smoke detectors in so I got coverage on the inside of my house. I mean, he's not going to hit the field. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, because that payout is, and again, it's always been weird the amount of money that attached to that payout. That like you can get it fully insured, not fully, the whole thing. Because we've seen other teams get the full freight. Yeah. If you just miss the entire season, you get, for this case, it'd be $45 million that you get back in cap allowances, and it's like that's for the next season you get it, and it's a valuable thing. It is.
So the only weird thing about that is I've heard the number.
But we don't know the number.
Yeah, I've heard the number 10 different ways, and I've seen. I think it was Jack Duffin say it's not as much as you think.
Yeah, I
don't know how anyone knows. I'm not to.
I don't
go
either.
Back
You
to
would
Jack.
have had to have specifically seen the contract. Maybe Jack has. I just haven't seen it anywhere.
Yeah, that guy's a wizard. If he's seen the contract,
I mean, if anybody would have gotten the contract,
does he got the files too?
It'd probably be him. If anybody, these are the type of guys.
I think Pablo Torre might have the files. Good Lord.
That was an awkward exchange yesterday, was it not?
You're talking about with the former New York. Nick?
Yeah, I don't know why they called him an icon though.
I know
that was a lead up that was very
when I
that
heard,
payoff didn't pay.
When I heard his name, it was like, well, he played in the NBA.
He's a former NBA icon.
He played with a lot of good basketball
Icon's
players.
Doing a lot of work there, isn't it?
Yeah. Phil Jackson, former NBA icon on the court. Nah, I don't think that's what we thought of Phil Jackson.
We got to correct it though. Phil Jackson was not in the files.
That we know.
I didn't want people to get crossed. You're right. That we know of. Mac. That we know of. Not in those files.
We cannot confirm.
That's true. We could do that pretty much anyone from the 80s or 90s. If you've been to a party that we know of. Let's go with Josh in Uniontown. Josh, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Living the dream, buddy, other than today.
Yeah, well, I got some bad news myself. I found out they opened up the 21-day window for me to have a heart attack. And, I like living. I do. I want to live. But I really don't want to see Deshaun Watson play football. Not on any level at all. If I had to choose between death and watching him play football, I don't know, you guys. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I can still have sex, but, it's getting worse every day. And I just don't know what to do, you guys. I don't know what to do.
Well, one, just work on some technique things if that's what's getting worse each day. Two, also maybe a little yoga, flexibility, that helps, I've heard. And then two, I'd choose living. Yeah. Because you can still rage the other when
option.
You're mad.
I'm not going to give him the other option.
Well, no, I just thought with across the board, let's all agree.
That's the type of thing where people they joke because everyone understands it's a joke, and then all of a sudden we just end up fired. So the advice, the good advice here, the solid advice.
Yeah,
I think you should live.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no. As long as we all say,
I think you should take that option.
He should live. Then we're good.
I just think that's the easy route here.
But I wanted you
much easier to live than not live.
Yeah, that's true.
In my opinion,
that's true. Many people have said it.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I just want to give you the opportunity to be your own man.
That's
right.
Whatever
you thought.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that opportunity that you gave me there.
Tim and Willoughby, welcome to the show.
How you doing?
Doing all right, buddy. What you got for us?
I have a question.
Oh,
I
have an answer.
I know we're talking about Deshaun Watson, but our coaches have no players that we developed. So how do we know if Deshaun is good or not? Because our coach, you see the play calling, you see the decisions. So how do we know what we have?
This is by the way, this is Deshaun's response back about like a year from now.
Tim, we appreciate you, buddy.
If the whole thing ends and he doesn't get an opportunity to showcase anything with anybody under not named Kevin Stefanski, that's the defense he's going to take to the rest of the NFL.
Yeah,
he's going to make the case that Stefanski doesn't know what he's doing and he never had a chance.
I just like the idea of at the combine, Kevin and Deshaun dap each other up in the hallways, and then they go into separate rooms to tell separate people why the other guy's the reason why they failed.
That's what's going to happen. Like it'll be the race to whichever one can just trash talk the best behind the scenes, and who believes who. And at this point, not many people are believing Deshaun Watson because he doesn't have much, street credibility when it comes to being taking the morally right approach. Let's say. So I don't know that he'll win that battle, but here we are.
I know we live in the what about society now, and I know we live in the but how do you know society. I don't think I need much more proof. Like the burden of proof right now is on Deshaun Watson to show me he hasn't played good football since 2020. We had COVID.
I know, but there are enough suckers at the table.
COVID was 6 years ago.
There are enough suckers at the table that will still say, well, at least you did it once. We were that. There are 13 NFL teams lined up to pay him a bunch of money, and they got down to a Final Four based off of that 2020 season. Like, there are enough suckers at the table. And so if all he has to do, it's like any advice in trying to get a job. You just have to convince one person that you're good at what you're trying to convince them you can do. All he's got to do is convince one team that Stefanski's just a bumbling idiot and doesn't know what he's doing, and then there'd be his opportunity.
Jerry Jeudy attempts to explain himself in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys.
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ashley Bastock coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We got our guy Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider coming up at 4 o'clock as well. A little bit of NBA news here as the melodrama in Milwaukee continues. Shams Charania is saying Giannis Antetokounmpo. I said that weird.
You did say
that weird. And his agent have started conversation with the Bucks about his future and whether his best fit is staying or going elsewhere. A resolution is expected in the coming weeks. I love Giannis. Quiet down. Simmer down.
It's almost like a shut up and dribble.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, explain, I guess.
Because if you wanted out, you should have done it in the summer.
He just does this all the time. It's like Matt came in and was like, you guys see this report? It's like, this is the tale as old as time with Giannis. This is what he does every couple months.
But he didn't scrub his Bucks handle or his Bucks stuff off his handle until this week.
Yeah, there we go. Really going to show them, huh? They at one point had they've lost 8 of their last 9. At one point it was like a 7-game losing streak. They're tumbling right now. Giannis is pissed. I'd be pissed too. But I'll believe it when I see it.
I just think, Jimmy Haslam as an owner just gets things done. He just does. Right? There's no team that guy can't sabotage with his candid ways.
It does make me want to root against the Bucks in some ways.
Haslam or Giannis?
Haslam, Haslam. I've always liked Giannis.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't know. There's something that I've just always liked his game. I've always liked. He just seems
like a very good-hearted guy.
I know. And he really wrapped Milwaukee around him and was like, I'm gonna be great with them. And I don't know. That's tough.
Yeah, it is.
You hate to see it. I think there's a part of. I think there's a part of every Cleveland fan that watched LeBron go elsewhere, and you think about this, where you're like, oh, he's just going to leave, and leave them abandoned. And what I would say, though, is that he stuck it out. He got the title before he left. He spent, a year 11 with Giannis? He did all he could do.
Yeah, he was like, hey, build a championship around me, and they traded all the other guys and brought in Miles Turner.
Well, no, I mean, they made the move for Dame. That was the trade that it was in good spirits. The trade for Dame was there was nothing about that suggested that it was supposed to go as poorly as it did, but it went poorly. And when it went poorly, the shift off of that is like, let's get Chris Middleton. He's gone. He's been let's get Kyle Kuzma. Let's bring him back in the mix. And it's like, what are we doing here?
Who would have thought?
You've no room.
Who would have thought that Kyle Kuzma would not have gone well in Milwaukee? Not me, not I say. Now, all that being said, we had several instances with Jeudy over the last 2 weeks. There was I'm going to give you 2-word answers 2 weeks ago. Last week, he gave you 3-word answers. Then this weekend, he and Shedeur Sanders had some sort of a kerfuffle on the sidelines that everybody's talked about. Well, today, Shedeur was asked about it and basically said it's behind us, basically. And then Jerry Jeudy was asked about his Shedeur interaction, and here's what he had to say.
What I would have done different, I probably just probably talk to them off camera. That's probably what I would have done different. Of course, I'm gonna speak my mind and tell me what and say what I need, what I see out there. But it what it is. Football, man. Just me and Shedeur good. It's stuff like that happens. Y'all gonna make it bigger than what it is. Because the media. That's what y'all feed off of negativity. But it is what it is. This is the life we live. So we move on from it. And I live a real life. So what happened around in this locker room. This real, not what's going on social media and everything. So, me and Shedeur good, everything good, man. We gravy over here.
You can see why I'm bothered by the comments.
I sure can.
Yeah, I mean,
that was the media. The media made this happen.
It's not your fault. It's the media. Because the media is the one that made you not answer any questions 2 weeks ago. The media is the one that made you go up to Shedeur and throw a hissy fit on the sidelines. The media did this, not you.
The media also makes you drop 1 out of every 5 passes you have.
Unbelievable. You try to give a guy just a little bit, right? And a couple weeks ago, I tried really giving him way more than I should have. But he's just given me no reason to think he's different than what he was in Denver.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's no accountability. I know it's a big buzzword this year, but there's no accountability in those words. You're deflecting. You're blaming everybody else but yourself. Like, just own up to it. It's not the end of the world if you just say, listen, my emotions got the best of me. We talked it out. We're putting this one behind us. But to be like, no, you guys made a big deal about it. No. How about the fact that you yelled at Shedeur on the sideline like he was a child?
And by the way, Shedeur was trying to tell you what you saw, and you continued to scream and berate him.
To the point where Posick had to go over there and separate him from Shedeur.
Like, I'll be honest with you. I do think these things happen, and I don't think just because this happened, it means you're at the end of the road and there's no salvaging it. But as the alleged leader / veteran on this team, and Jerry has talked about it, the Browns have talked about challenging Jerry to be a leader on this team, for him to have this answer. Again, like, I came on Monday and I want to see the human side of this. I want to treat Jerry like a human and not just, shut up and play football, right? This answer was trash. Like, at some point, Jerry, there's a part of me that is just upset because it was like Jerry had come so far in how people had viewed him, from where he was at the end with Denver, with the Steve Smith stuff and the Mark Schlerth stuff, and who, by the way, will join us at 5:20. All that stuff. And then to get here, even earlier this season, where he wasn't getting the ball or when he was dropping the ball, he was keeping a good spirit about it. I don't know what flipped with this dude, but the easiest thing in the world would, when there's a new regime, do what Denver did, which is say, oh, that guy's a pouty baby, get him the hell out of here. Except you really can't do that given his contract.
No, because of his contract and the lack of wide receivers we already have, it just seems really hard to be able to move off of it. But I don't know. There's certain times I look at people and I'm like, man, they can't buy a win. Nothing they do is right now. But this will turn around. This isn't one of those scenarios. A lot of this is him doing this to himself, and this isn't. I don't even think this is self-sabotage. I just don't think he has any right answers here. He just continues to just step in it.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. It's interesting that is his answer with an organization that is so. It's kind of like the Wyatt thing, where it's like, all right, Wyatt said the truth and the Browns said anything else. You know what I mean? And now you're seeing Wyatt's family members tweet about all this kind of stuff because they're sick of the Browns' polish job here. The Browns do so much, put so much effort into what you guys see so that you'll just, shut up and buy tickets and make sure you buy popcorn because I got to, pay for that new monstrosity in Brook Park, which I'm excited to go see, by the way. But so when you're starting to see, I don't believe in coincidences. When you put that much into it, and in the same week we have the Wyatt thing, we have Jerry Jeudy, who I guarantee you has been coached to say something else, couldn't even feign a good answer.
I just want to know what part of this is on the media. Is it were we supposed to just take the 2 or 3 word answers and just kind of let that one sit? Were we supposed to take the sideline blow up and just kind of be like, well, I mean, those are just teammates? What part of this is on us?
I'm to the point where I wouldn't mind this offseason. You basically have to do it post June 1, but basically paying someone to take Jerry's contract off your hands.
I mean, he's not helping you at this point. He's not doing anything on the field, and he's not doing anything behind the scenes. It seems like it's helping you.
So you got the better football player, but you basically did the same thing. To save $8 million and take on Tyson Campbell, you basically gave one level of pick up to move off Greg Newsome.
Well, but the Browns are always they always wonder why this happens to them. The lack of a pass that they get from me in this, the old Peterlin pass, the lack of a pass is that
Peterlin pass.
Everybody saw this coming.
Yeah.
Schlerth saw this coming from a mile away. I mean, he called out. I'll never forget that day of being on the air when they signed him and gave him the money, and it was like, what? Why? What happened here? And I get it. Everyone wanted to be excited about it, and you just thought last year would be what it always is. But it was just do a modicum of research between just his Twitter account and what happened in Denver, and it was obvious to see how he's just a ticking time bomb.
Also, you thought that Kevin could make this work. Kevin has proven, like Jadeveon Clowney, Kevin has proven we can make this work for a year with guys that are either money guys who that's the only reason they're going to go anywhere, or guys that are problematic attitudes, whatever it is, he can make it work for a year. But long term, he can't keep the genie in the bottle. He just can't.
It always catches up to you.
And so, this is another thing. And I'm not trying to just use this to then turn it on Kevin Stefanski, because I clearly am done with Kevin Stefanski being the head coach here because I just don't believe in his style of leadership. But I don't know how much more. Like, I continue to come back to it's infuriating to me, and I'm going to draw it back to the Wyatt thing again because it's still fresh in mind. It's infuriating that is how Wyatt Teller, who is thought of around the game as a universal good guy, who's thought of around town as a universal good guy.
Yeah.
He's got to juggle snaps with Tevin Jenkins, who's a good football player. It's not about Tevin. And then Jerry Jeudy can go out and act like a petulant child for weeks. And your response is, hey, we'll see you out there on the field on Sunday. Like, it's just like, what message are you sending to your locker room? What message are you sending to anyone that Wyatt Teller has to fight for snaps with guys who, no offense to Tevin Jenkins, he can't carry Wyatt's jock when it comes to playing football. He's not. He's a fine guard. He's not Wyatt damn Teller and hadn't grayed out. Meanwhile, Jerry Jeudy can drop every damn pass. Jerry Jeudy can sulk like a baby. He can scream at the young quarterback, which is not what that kid needs. And you need to understand, Jerry, you're not making Shedeur or honestly any of the young quarterbacks better by doing that. And then the cherry on top is coming out and having a weak-ass answer on this.
Yeah, I mean, Jerry's getting some sort of excuse from the Browns here that I don't know. I don't know why he's getting it, and it seems like other players that are actually doing their jobs seem like they're not only not getting the pass, but they're also then having punishments being sent forth for them. It's a backward situation. There's no denying it. But Jerry, this was a bad job today. I don't know how anyone can look at this and deflecting blame and putting it on the media as any sign of a positive that he's moving in the right direction.
Real quick, because we could all use a good laugh.
Yeah.
Let's hear Michael Irvin on the It Is What It Is podcast, Crash Out.
The quarterback's not your You can't come and talk to this man any kind of way. Yeah, we got a problem here. Let's discuss it. Let's talk. Come on, Jerry Jeudy. Last week he threw you a ball. Beautiful ball. You caught it, but you were doop, 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 dancing around, and things went down. I didn't see Shedeur come up in your face and say a word. Jerry Jeudy, this is as dumb as you can be.
Doop, 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 doop.
All right.
I want to use that in some analysis at some point.
It's going to be anytime Urban Meyer goes to a bar in Columbus. Doop, 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 doop,
Proctology exam. Doop, 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 doop.
By the way, proctology exams not the most fun thing in the world. They might be slightly more entertaining if while you're being examined, the doctor just went doop, 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 doop. Doctors, I'm just trying to make it easier for you because it can be a little awkward, I'm assuming.
I like that you're going to give them tricks of the trade now.
I do like. Listen, they didn't go to etiquette school.
Yeah, they need it. That's right.
They went to doctor school. There's no bedside manner school.
Here comes the airplane.
I just love Michael Irvin, who's the most hot-headed scream-first receiver in NFL history. He's like, we got to keep cooler heads here, kid. All right?
They called him a B. I mean, I don't know. I mean, and then at the end of it, it says it's the dumbest thing you've ever done. He's not kind. He was not kind in that moment.
Is it the media's fault that Jerry Jeudy's become a petulant child? 216-474-0092. We'll get Ashley Bastock's read on Jerry Jeudy's public temper tantrums and Deshaun Watson's 21-day window. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's better?
Cleveland is at 7 o'clock. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7. You can catch the preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 923thefan.com.
What I would have done different, I probably just probably talk them off camera. That's probably what I would have done different. Of course, I'm gonna speak my mind and tell me what and say what I need, what I see out there. But it what it is. Football, man. Just me and Shador good. It's stuff like that happens. Y'all gonna make it bigger than what it is. Because the media. That's what y'all feed off of negativity. But it is what it is. This is the life we live. So we move on from it. And I live a real life. So what happened around in this locker room. Just real, not what's going on social media and everything. So, me and Shador good, everything good, man. We gravy over there.
Oh, darn media. Turning Jerry Jeudy into a bad guy.
Nick Wilson, no.
Oh, I knew it was me.
No.
Oh, man, it's me and JP. Basket and Phelps, we're all just turning everybody against Jerry Jeudy. That was Jerry Jeudy.
Shut up, Jerry Jeudy.
He did, though. Because he stopped
that was the problem 2 weeks ago. He actually stopped talking a little bit too. He would say he talked and then he just didn't talk enough.
This is typical media. Do you want him
what
to
do you
talk
want
more?
from him?
Do you want
What
him
do
to
you
talk
want
less?
from him?
Come on.
I want him to not blame the media and maybe take a little accountability for his actions.
But other than that,
that's all I ask.
No. But other than that thing that you want, that very specific thing, what's door B?
Yeah, he can't satisfy those easy requirements that I have. Be an adult is really the starting line.
Ross Tucker coming up in about 40 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you to talk Jerry Jeudy, to talk Wyatt Teller, to talk Deshaun Watson. I'm just saying names now. I'm going to say another one. Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com joins us now, as she does every single Wednesday at 3:20 on the Fan Hotline. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys.
So, for the third straight week, what'd you think about what you heard from Jerry Jeudy right there?
Right. I'm like, it's kind of crazy. We've opened 3 straight Wednesdays talking about the Jerry Jeudy press conference. But,
should we do our best Jerry Jeudy impersonation and drop it?
Bump. Tip your waitresses.
Well,
have some Sanka. Go ahead. Sorry, you had a great answer coming down the pike there.
You almost were going to be able to land it.
I lost my train of thought. So what was the question again? Repeat it one more time.
You were saying 3 straight Wednesdays we are discussing Jerry Jeudy, and that was a little baffling to yourself.
Yeah, and it's not because of anything he's done well. His frustrating year continues. Frustration was obviously a theme of his press conference today, and I'm with you guys in the sense of I'm never a fan when guys start to just blame the media. Like, in total, it kind of becomes this one scary monster-like entity that you can put blame on. But look, I think, to Jerry's point, yes, this is football, but these sorts of interactions on the sideline are, they do happen, but they're not frequent enough that it's not noticeable or not newsworthy when they do happen, right? It's not like every single game even has one of these incidents. And Jerry even said today, the thing he would do different is not lose it like that on the sideline still when cameras are rolling. And if anything, it should have been talked about off the field, basically, out of sight of the cameras. So, yeah, I definitely think, look, when guys get frustrated, it's easier to blame the media for attention things get instead of self-reflecting, and especially amid a losing season as bad as this one has been, and obviously Jerry Jeudy nowhere near his production from last season when he had 1,000 yards and made a Pro Bowl. So I definitely just think the frustration is showing, and we get it every week with him now.
Can the season be saved for him, or are we at a spot where he's just already caused too much damage and he's been too ineffective for that to even be possible?
I don't know. I think Jerry Jeudy is still a good football player and can still produce, but him and Shedeur Sanders are going to have to get on the same page. And look, maybe it's not possible. Maybe these two just have not had enough time on task. Like, we keep talking about that and keep talking about the four-way quarterback competition. Like, maybe there just isn't enough time left in the year for them to get in a rhythm. But I think, like, Jerry Jeudy just didn't forget how to play football between last year and this year. But it's been tough, I think, and it is tough when you are a receiver and you really have been in no kind of rhythm this season so far. And he really hasn't been. So it's going to be a big ask for him to be producing, I think, at the level he produced at for most of last year.
Ashley, Wyatt Teller juggling snaps with Tevin Jenkins. Then after the game, he was asked, hey, what was that about? He said it was performance-related. Kevin Stefanski said it was injury-related. Then Kevin says he's out with a calf strain for next week. We got family members tweeting about this action here, maybe blaming the Browns for getting Wyatt injured. What's your read on the Wyatt Teller situation?
Well, I saw you guys talking about this. I think maybe it was yesterday or earlier today, but just said it's weird, right? And that's how I feel about it. It's how I felt about it on Sunday because, I was there when we were talking to Wyatt in the locker room, and he very explicitly said he knew this was the plan on like Tuesday or Wednesday of last week, and that he considered it a performance issue, that if he was playing better, they wouldn't have done this. So for me, it's interesting for a couple of reasons because rotating guys like that is obviously not very common, like drive on, drive off. And I'm like, well, I guess they do this as more of like a future move to get a look at Tevin Jenkins. Like, that was kind of my first thought. But then the other interesting part of all of this is we all know they spent a third-round draft pick on Zach Zinner last year, and he's not even active. He's been a healthy scratch basically all season. So I'm like, where do things stand with that? What does that say about where they see him fit? Maybe it's as simple as Tevin Jenkins is active because he can kick out to tackle. Like, these are things we just don't know. But it's definitely, I think, a weird situation. And, like, there's so many people underperforming on this football team. Like, why would Wyatt Teller be the one making that sacrifice for performance, quote unquote? Like, it's just odd. This is a 3-win team. Like, I do not get the reasoning, quite honestly, at all. And I mean, really, all we have is a little insight Wyatt gave us after the game.
What'd you choose today? Watching Shedeur on one field or watching Deshaun on the other field?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, I just stood there and watched Deshaun. I'm always curious about that sort of element. Obviously, we've talked about this possibility for a while, and I've reiterated time and time again, you can never say never with this football team. It's how I feel now. But look, to give some people the inside perspective here a little bit, like obviously this portion of practice we're watching, it's individuals, warm-ups. It's a very, very early portion of practice. There's not much to glean, but hey, this is the first time we've seen Deshaun out there in this capacity since he got injured. So understandable, it's the big news of the day, and obviously everything that comes with Deshaun Watson only adds to it.
If you had to give a definitive answer, yes or no, which side would you pick between to the question of this is going nowhere? Will Deshaun Watson play this year?
Okay, so I'm going to say no, with the caveat of you can never say no definitively with this team. Like I say no because I wouldn't do it. I quite honestly don't see the point. You have these rookie quarterbacks. You have to figure out what you have with them. So unless like both of them were hurt, I wouldn't do it. But this team is always doing things that I don't think they should do or I haven't thought about them doing before, and especially with the quarterback and especially with Deshaun Watson. I mean, I really thought when he went down with that ruptured Achilles against the Bengals last year that was it. And I really thought that was it when the owner said at the owners' meetings he was a swing and a miss. Like, how do you come back from that? But apparently they have, and it all seems, well after that. We know Jimmy Haslam attended his wedding earlier in the year even, so they're fine. But the whole Deshaun Watson thing from beginning to end has been unpredictable. From the time the Texans were looking to trade him and the Browns were out of the running, and then suddenly he was here, like, you just can never say never. I would do it, would not do it, and I would say no because I don't think it makes football sense. But with this team, we just never know. And weird things happen all the time. So there could be something that happens that requires him to start games that we don't even see coming yet because it hasn't happened.
What'd you make of Shedor's last start, and how do you think this next start will go?
I thought there was some good, some bad, and I think, again, kind of like what I talked about last week, the good for me is the looking downfield, and that was something this Browns offense hadn't had before. I would say the theme of his press conference today was about trust, and he needs to trust himself and trust what he's seeing. And look, I think sometimes when he's not trusting looks, or if he's not trusting his pass catchers, it's because they haven't had enough of that time on task that we talk about. And he didn't get a lot of practice reps with these guys. So that to me is obviously I think a throw like the touchdown to Harold Fannin is what you want out of him. That is when you are seeing him look downfield to make those plays. So, I'm curious. And look, the Titans are not that good. I think he's going to have some chances to look downfield against this defense, and I think the Browns defense is going to have some opportunities to give this offense good field position. So I think the Browns really have to play complementary, and I think he just needs to continue to get more comfortable, like he talked about today, and really just trust what he's seeing. He said the game he feels like it's slowed down for him a little bit over these last few weeks, so that's all promising. I would like to see more evidence of that against the Titans for sure.
Ashley, we've got the Wyatt Teller stuff. We've got Jerry Jeudy crashing out. Then we've got Jerry Jeudy crashing out at Shedeur Sanders. I'm starting to see these things, and it's like, okay, these to me appear to be signs of a team. I don't want to say faltering because there's a talent issue here, but this feels different than previous years. I'm just, as somebody who's in that locker room as much as you are you seeing more signs than just that in the locker room that the team is really straining under the weight of all this losing and the collapse potentially of this regime?
I mean, I think that those are the big ones, right? And I that you mentioned, Nick, and I think those are the most notable to me. And I do think they feel different. You have to start to wonder, right? When we start talking about job security, these are the things that your ears kind of perk up at, right? So I think it's going to be one of those things where hindsight is definitely going to be 2020. It's maybe everything will stand pat, but at the same time, it's this front office makes a move extending Alex Wright, for example, right? One of their draft picks from a few years ago. Those sorts of moves to me are a team where they're acting like nothing's going to change essentially. But then I don't know, it's this stuff sort of pops up one by one, and you do start to wonder hey, could there be some major changes coming by the end of the season? I think it's really going to be one of those things where we'll look back and be oh yeah, this was a sign potentially, and yada yada yada, but I don't think we're going to know for sure until that time comes, if it ever comes.
If they do move off of Stefanski and make that change, how married do you think Jim Schwartz is to being with Stefanski?
Ooh, that's a great question because, I've been somebody who I would love to see Jim Schwartz get another head coaching opportunity in the NFL. I think he's learned so much. I think it's so well-deserving considering he's one of the best assistants in the league. And I think this year has actually shown me so much about Jim Schwartz, the way he's been able to keep this defense performing for the most part, motivated, extremely motivated, despite the losing not really being their fault outside of a handful of mistakes like the Vikings game and letting Carson Wentz drive 80 yards. We could argue the Jets game, they don't get the ball back for the offense, but the offense probably wasn't going to do anything if they got them the ball back. So I think it's an interesting question if he could get a head coaching job somewhere else, or if he would stay in that defensive coordinator role if there was a head coaching change here. I think the tough part for him about the possibility of being a head coach again is he's kind of been out of that hiring cycle for a while. He didn't get any looks really in 2023 when obviously the Browns were good, this defense was so good. And it kind of feels like once you're off that carousel, you're kind of off. And it doesn't help him that the league has really transitioned, post Sean McVay into these younger offensive-minded new head coaching candidates. So that's a great question. Like, if there would be a head coaching change here, if Kevin Stefanski wouldn't be here anymore, what would happen to Jim Schwartz? I mean, I'm curious to see if he's going to get head coaching interest regardless, but I do think the trends of the league right now are not working in his favor, and I think it's unfortunate because I think he is deserving of that second chance somewhere.
All right, Ashley, big Taylor Swift fan you are. Travis Kelce says Taylor Swift and he have never had a fight. Do you buy it?
Ooh, yeah, I do buy it.
Is it because he gives off big Labrador energy?
Yeah, and you can't risk fighting with Taylor Swift.
Wait, now what does this say?
Sounds like a miserable relationship.
Actually, I've told Nick before, though. Hold on, I've told you before. Elise and I have never had a fight.
This is different.
Yeah. See?
Am I a Labrador?
No.
Is that what this is?
Other than when you say it, if somebody says, I've never had a fight with my significant other, I think they just must not sleep together. That's all I think. But not you.
I got 2 pieces of evidence that suggest that that's happened. Only 2, though.
That's true. 2 times.
This is off the rails.
I have 2 kids, Ashley. I mean, I have evidence.
Yeah.
I have evidence that this has happened.
Checkmate. I've got 3. Ashley, great stuff. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Ashley.
Thanks, guys.
You know we don't do this just for Ashley, right? We are this out of pocket with everybody.
I hope she knows that.
I've texted her multiple times after just being like, hey, I'm sorry. That was on me, dog. We'll do better next time. I don't believe it, by the way. I don't believe it.
No.
Actually, no, I do with Travis just because him and Mongo, my dog, the same guy. Same guy, except one of them talks a little more coherently, and that's Mongo.
But I like this for the we just don't fight community. This is a good. We needed a big leader in this campaign because I feel like when I've told you this before, you're like, I don't know, how is that even possible? I'm like, it's very possible. We just don't argue with each other.
I don't want to argue with you.
I argue with you all the time.
That's
actually what happens. I don't argue with her,
so you don't argue.
I can argue with you. That's what
you're
that
welcome.
is.
Your marriage is better because of me. Remember that.
Sure. Yeah.
216-474-0092. I was going to ask you if you guys believe the Travis Kelce thing, but we'll react to what Ashley Bastock had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson, and let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you, right, will need to replace your roofs this winter, but be forewarned, there are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important.
ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Indiana and Ohio State square off for the Big Ten Championship. How will the outcome affect the college football playoffs? Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder on the Browns all throughout the football season.
I quite honestly don't see the point. You have these rookie quarterbacks. You have to figure out what you have with them. So unless, both of them were hurt, I wouldn't do it. But this team is always doing things that I don't think they should do or I haven't thought about them doing before. And especially with the quarterback and especially with Deshaun Watson. I mean, I really thought when he went down with that ruptured Achilles against the Bengals last year that was it. And I really thought that was it when the owner said at the owners' meetings he was a swing and a miss. How do you come back from that? The whole Deshaun Watson thing from beginning to end has been unpredictable. From the time the Texans were looking to trade him and the Browns were out of the running and then suddenly he was here, you just can never say never.
That was Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. I did text her to let her know. We do this stuff with everyone, just as a friendly reminder.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're space cadets. It's okay. That being said, she's spot on about the Cleveland. No, I'm not now trying to butter her up because
Did she respond back and be like, I know?
No, not yet. And then my social anxiety kicks in of oh, damn, she hates me. But I'll get over it. Because she is right on this, by the way. It's the whole frustrating part of the conversation is, well, they shouldn't. And they likely won't, but it's the Browns, so you never know.
Well, that's kind of the whole point of the past year and a half or so, is that it seems like every conversation we have to do so with the idea of, I would do this, but I think the Browns will do this, because they just operate differently than a lot of fans think at the moment.
Yeah, and I just, with the Deshaun stuff, I know we've gone through a lot of the different tributaries on this. We do have Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, coming up in 15 minutes. I don't know. We've just reached a point where it's that's enough. You know what I mean? It's bad enough he's probably going to have to be here next year. It's bad enough that by him being here next year, you can't hide him on the PUP or the IR next year unless he has another catastrophic injury, which may happen. You never know. But if he's really going to be here next year, I can understand if some people go, well, if he's going to play next year, why not play him this year? Because I've had enough. Because I don't need to see it this year.
No, I'm good. And all these people that are trying to turn him into some sympathetic figure, I'm just not there with it. There's no part of me that wants to root for him necessarily, but it's really, again, the impetus is just the idea that I think he's just too hurt of a player to even think that there's any value there. But he misses in so many ways. Nick, we didn't even bring up, did you see what happened around Thanksgiving with him? He tried to do a really nice thing. I know both of us at certain times have been critical about his lack of involvement in the community and being around the neighborhood, because it just seems like he just night and day compared to what Shedeur does, right? And I saw on Thanksgiving he was handing out turkeys. And I'm like, wow, that's a really cool thing. He's going to the inner city, he's handing out turkeys, he's trying to give all these guys food. He did so in a $400,000 car. It's Deshaun just can't.
So he's got to have a beater to be able to hand out free turkeys?
No, but just don't show up in the $400,000 car, man. Just don't.
Unless you're going to give away the car, too.
That's not at the end of it. He's and here's the keys to the BMW that costs $400,000.
And the person's I just want a place to live.
It was this. I just think the awareness is lacking from him consistently, and I think that was another sign of the awareness just lacking. Most people would understand, we don't go to the inner city and hand out turkeys in a car that cost more than a lot of these people's houses. That's probably just not the right move. I can see he's trying though, and I think that's the part of the other point is I can see him trying, whether it's the stuff with Shedeur or whether it's even just handing out turkeys to begin with. He's trying. It's just a little too late for a lot of Browns fans.
Yeah, this probably isn't fair. And I'm going to say it that way because there have been a lot of things that have gone against Deshaun that if you're Deshaun, you probably don't feel like you've gotten a fair rip here. And I understand that. And he's probably right. He didn't make it easy on himself. He never... I'm not even going to go into it because you open up a whole can of worms. But I think my point is, even that stuff, I'm well, is he doing that stuff right now because he wants to try and be a different person, or is he doing that stuff because he's trying to rehab his image? The Shedeur stuff. Like, there's a part of me that's like, okay, what is the guy who couldn't figure out this offense for 2 years under Stefanski, the first 2 years when they had him here before they went to the Ken Dorsey debacle? How is that guy teaching Shedeur Sanders how to play quarterback in this system?
He seems like a great help, though. Like, it seems like Shedeur really values him being there. It felt like Dillon Gabriel valued him being there too. So I don't know. I don't know what value he gives to these guys, but clearly there's something. I mean, it's not as if he forgot everything about football. Before he ran into his troubles, he knew what he was doing on a football field.
Yeah, but I mean, it's stuff. It's funny, like the procedural stuff, like Bill O'Brien screaming out the play call to Deshaun Watson was something we found out after Deshaun started being bad here. Like, Bill O'Brien basically made it so that Deshaun could go out on the field and just play football. And I will say, listen, I might be more amiable to the idea of Deshaun in 2026. One, because it's not the end of a wasted season where I don't know if you're putting him in the right situation. I don't know you're putting the fans in the right position. But here's the other thing. I don't think Kevin Stefanski is going to be here next year. So, like, to me, I think it's the idea of, as much as I don't need to see Deshaun again, as much as it's insulting that the Browns would want to do this year, I don't need to see Deshaun with Kevin. Like, we had a caller call in earlier, and he's like, well, how do you know it's not just Kevin? Okay, you can sell me on that in the offseason. You cannot sell me that when Kevin's still here. Well, but Kevin with Tommy Rees. It's like, okay, Tommy Rees is an extension of Kevin Stefanski. Come on, what are we doing?
Right, but I guess the worry I would have is that the Haslam's would start to buy into some of that thinking as well and be like, well, all right.
They will. Yeah.
And it's going to give them some false sense of hope. And then, I really don't know. There might be something there on the football field that we just missed with him and Stefanski. That's not the problem for me. The problem is he's too injured of a player. I'm just going to fall back on that.
216-474-0092. Will we see Deshaun Watson in 2025? We'll have Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, answer that question. We'll also talk about what the next 5 games are for the Cleveland Browns on 92.3 The Fan.
now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Big, massive humans.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Got plenty to get to on today's show. We got the 21-day window for Deshaun Watson being opened up. We've got real dissension out yonder in Pittsburgh as well. A Steelers legend, another Steelers legend, turning on Mike Tomlin. So we got all that to get to. Of course, the college football playoffs are out. We haven't touched that yet. We got quick hits coming up at 6 o'clock. Mark Schlerth coming up at 5:20. But right now, it's Wednesday. It's 4 o'clock. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. He joins us every single Wednesday at 4 o'clock. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. On the fan hotline, here is Ross Tucker. I rushed through that a little bit. I was a little nervous there. I'm not in great singing voice today. Ross, welcome back to the show, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I actually thought that was pretty smooth, and I appreciate that. You don't have the worst singing voice I've ever heard, especially for a man, Nick. I got to tell you, it's a backhanded compliment, but it's true.
I'll take it.
Especially for a man. So you have the preference of female singers? Is that what you're telling me?
I think so, yeah. I think I have a preference. Yeah, I'm just going to stop there.
It's weird. Like 90s country, I preferred male singers. And then more recent years, I prefer female singers in the genre.
They kind of switch it up.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. I feel like Garth Brooks, George Strait, like that timeline. That was when male country artists were at their best.
That's when men were men.
That's when men were men. And then in recent years, it's Taylor Swift, it's Miranda Lambert, it's those type of people.
Yeah, well, definitely Taylor Swift, who's from my hometown.
I hadn't heard that before.
No, I think for a Nationwide commercial, I don't know. I just kind of like a softer, smoother voice.
Okay. There's really no way to jettison to where we're going to go from here. So Deshaun Watson's 21-day window is opened up for the Browns. They don't have to activate him, but if he's going to play this year, they do have to activate him within that 21-day window. Do you think Deshaun Watson will play for the Browns this year?
No, I don't. That would really, really surprise me. I don't think they would want to take the chance of him getting injured. I guess I don't really understand what the point would be. If you have him play a couple games, I mean, what happens if he really plays well? Do you go into next year and say Deshaun's the guy? I doubt it. If he really plays poorly, how does that help you? I think that, when the owner comes out and says it was a big mistake and we all own it, and, the former chief strategy officer who's now with the Rockies says, yeah, we all blew that one. That does not sound like the type of stuff you say before the guy's going to start games for you at quarterback.
So what are they doing here? Because we remain confused with it all too, but there's been odd little stretches where even Haslam went to Deshaun's wedding a few months ago. There's a part of the Browns that, despite it just working out in a miserable way, they still seem oddly committed to Deshaun.
Well, I can't speak to the wedding part of it, but getting him out there at practice is an interesting one. I guess, there's a lot of different areas I could take that. I think one is maybe they want to prove that he's healthy and can pass a physical. Perhaps they think that that there might be some trade value. Now, obviously, nobody would take on that entire contract, but I don't know. Is there somebody out there that would say, okay, Browns, you pay $33 million. We'll pay him $10 million for this last year, and we'll flip you a 7th-round pick. I tend to doubt that, but maybe. There's a lot of teams that are going to be desperate for quarterbacks this offseason, and there's going to be a lot of teams that, they don't have one. Everybody's talking about. I go on in 3 or 4 cities where they're hanging their hat right now on Mac Jones, so they can't all win the Mac Jones sweepstakes. So I think that there is a place potentially for someone to draft somebody. Maybe they don't draft a quarterback till second, third round, and they do a deal with the Browns for a pittance, and the Browns pay most of it. But for the Browns, if you can get anything in return for him, and if you can get someone to take any of that money, that's a win. So if he gets out there and he's healthy and, I don't know, you have practice tape on him, you're assuming that he's not going to get hurt because he's got the non-contact jersey. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know.
Ross, through 2 starts, there's enough evidence that Shedeur fans think they like where this is going, but there's not enough evidence where Shedeur haters cannot stop knocking the kid. We got 5 games left in the regular season. What does Shedeur have to show within those final 5 starts? What are the things we need to see where it's at least a conversation that the Browns wouldn't draft a quarterback in April and you can roll forward with Shedeur and maybe Dylan as the backup then?
Well, so number one, I think he, barring something really unforeseen or it really going south, I think he should get the next 5 games. You know, that's a pretty decent sample size, 7 games, to see which way this is headed. I know I'd like to see him, for 5 more games and see how it goes. And I think I told you this last week. I think you want to continue to see progress and improvement. I'm not sure that that's what we saw on Sunday. I felt like it was a step back from the Raiders game. Number one, he took some sacks that I really didn't like, that he did not do against the Raiders. He missed a couple throws that you really don't want to miss, and accuracy is supposed to be his calling card. And then the other one that is maybe as concerning as any is him not throwing it to guys that were open. I just can't even imagine how maddening that is for a coach, where you call a play, and I don't really understand it because I've watched it a couple times, and it looks like he's looking in the direction of Jeudy, who's open, or whoever, and these guys are open, and it looks like it's the first read, but he's not seeing it or not comfortable with it or doesn't want to let it rip because he really doesn't want to throw an interception. I'm not exactly sure, but you can't play that way. I mean, you can't, if the coaches are calling plays and the number one read is open, you have to throw it to the guy. Otherwise everything gets out of whack and you end up getting sacked, or you try to buy time and you throw the ball to somebody else underneath, and it's a mess. So I didn't notice that very much in the Raiders game that I called for CBS. So I think that is, I thought it was a step back.
Ross, real quick, Ross, I just want to tell you, I think they just said,
like the Peanuts character.
I have a question about that. Okay, I'm in the airport. I'm about to fly to Detroit. Tomorrow night I'm doing Cowboys-Lions, the West of the One. I'm not sure if you guys carry that or not.
Yes, we do.
We do, yeah.
Okay, good. Here's my question for you guys. Number one, why do the airport announcements have to be this loud? Like, do they really have to be that loud, number one? And then number two, can we do a better job of maybe regionalizing where these announcements come from? Like, I'm in A3. Do I need to know that the American Airlines flight over in C, do I need to know that that's about to take off? I don't think I do.
That's a great point.
You probably don't, yeah.
I'm in Terminal A. Why do I need that announcement? Like, so that I can say on the radio in Cleveland, hey, good news, guys. The flight to Charlotte looks like it's going to leave from Terminal C soon. Like, it's maddening. Whoever came up with the design for the airport intercom system should be fired.
I will say it saved me once. When I was like 20 years old, I guess I had been at least 21 then, because I was drinking at the airport bar, and I heard my name over the loudspeaker, and it was them basically telling me, if you don't run to the gate now, you're going to miss the plane.
Wow, it sounds like Jonathan Peterlin just admitted on the radio that he had a fake ID.
Yeah, multiple.
Because he was 20 and he was drinking, and that he's irresponsible, which I already kind of knew.
Yeah, I had
He still hasn't,
four
by the
different
way.
fake IDs taken away before I turned 21. We had a lot of fake IDs. Surprisingly enough, I had ordered a fake one off the internet. My very best one was it had it was supposed to be from Iowa, but it had the DC Capitol building in the background, and that one worked for 9 months, and nobody got me on it. It was easily the worst fake you could ever have, but I think it was so bad is why it worked.
Yeah, I have a terrible story about that. Summer before my junior year of college, I was at the Jersey Shore. I put my wallet on top of my car because I was changing or whatever after being at the beach, and we were driving away, and like an idiot, I guess my wallet fell off the top of my car, and so I didn't have my wallet the rest of the weekend, which stunk. I was very thankful. On Monday, I got a call from the police department. Hey, we found your wallet. Awesome. I love it. Thank you so much. Yeah, what's up with these 2 false identification cards? I was like, I never use those. Those are just collector's items. They're just for fun. My buddy bought them for me. He thought that, and I guess you don't have to actually be caught using them. You can't have possession of a false identification card. So I was like, are you guys kidding me? You're like, can I at least go to the bar tonight and you guys bust me there? Like, this is ridiculous.
Ross, so in the answer you were describing, though, so my theory on it, or not my theory on it, I mean, Shedeur talked about as much after the game. He missed Jerry Jeudy in the opening drive. He airmailed it. It was just too long. And then the 40-mile-per-hour winds, what Shedeur said afterwards is basically he just stopped taking chances. And there was something about him that became shy after that miss. And is there enough of an excuse within the weather and the 40-mile-per-hour winds that exist there? Why is it that he can live his whole life being able to be, I'm going to take the shot, I'm going to take the opportunity, and then he missed one, and then he just kind of reverted into a version of Shedeur that we'd never really seen.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I wasn't a quarterback. I can't speak to that. I would just say it seemed like Purdy handled it pretty well. And Purdy, grew up in Arizona, and plays for the Niners. And also, the throw to Fannin for the touchdown was not a short throw.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now he was wide open, but that was a decent, at least 20 yards in the air, it feels like. So, I don't know. I can't really, I believe him that maybe that he felt like that impacted him a little bit. I guess I would just say it doesn't feel like the right thing to say if you play in Cleveland, on the lake, and the games are windy all the time. I don't know. I would have been like, yeah, wind's no problem. I love the wind. I eat wind for breakfast.
Ross, we know you also dabble in the college ranks as well. Big Ten title game, Ohio State, Indiana. Do you got the scones to pick the Hoosiers?
No. But I am curious, what would be your guess as to the breakdown of the fans at that game? That would be an amazing over-under on how many Buckeye fans who obviously travel very well versus Hoosier fans who this has never happened before, might never happen again, and it's right in the middle of their home state. I gotta think that there'd be more Indiana fans, but I don't know.
No, Columbus is so close to Indianapolis.
Well, I mean, but on the other side, so I kind of see Ross's point on this. I don't know if Ohio State fans are numb to Big Ten titles at this point.
That's exactly right. I think Ohio State fans are saving their money to fly to the playoff games more so than driving over. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I would think that there'd be a lot of Indiana fans there. Plus, doesn't Indiana play Kentucky in basketball earlier in the day or something crazy?
That's a good point.
Did you guys see that?
No. College basketball's not on my radar right now.
Yeah, no, they're calling it the greatest day in Indiana sports history. I think Indiana plays Kentucky at the Pacers Arena at 1 or something. So a lot of people are going to do the double dip. That place, I would imagine, will be absolutely crawling with Indiana alums.
Is this game for the Heisman?
Trying to think. So, who are the other favorites right now?
Well, so it's Sayin, it's Mendoza, and then it's Diego out of Vanderbilt. I think are the top 3.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think it probably is. I don't think Diego's not playing an SEC championship game. It's 1 against 2, I don't know that it's necessarily whoever wins the game, probably, but really it's whoever plays super well. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think it's basically the Heisman game.
Ross, your brethren at WIP want to see Tanner McKee over Jalen Hurts. Are you there yet?
No, that's ridiculous. Listen, I love Tanner McKee. I think he's fantastic, but definitely not. I mean, when you look at what Hurts has done the last 3 years, he's gone to the Super Bowl 2 out of the last 3 years. Even the year he didn't, they won double-digit games. I do think it's interesting. There's been multiple reports that he told them he doesn't want to run as much, which is why they haven't run him as much this year, which is kind of a big part of what makes him and them successful is the running lanes that are opened when you have a quarterback as mobile as him. So that's, they need him to run 3 to 5 times a game. That really opens up so much of the passing game and so much of the running game for Saquon. I think that's probably one of the reasons why the holes haven't been as big this year.
Who's got the more frustrated fan base? Is it the Browns or is it the Steelers?
Ooh, that's a really good question because I live closer to Central PA now, and there's a lot of Steelers fans, and they are so fed up. It's crazy. There's actually like a similarity there. It's different, but there's a lot of crossover between Steelers and Penn State fans, and for whatever reason, it's like they both decided this year that they were just done with the guy. Like Franklin, last year Penn State was a play away from the national championship game. They won 13 games, but they put so much into this year that when they lost to Oregon, it was just like, I know people that were like, done. They lost one game. After they lost the first game this year, they lost the home whiteout game to Oregon. People were like, oh, we're done. Fire this guy. He can't win the big one. Sick of him. Get him out of here. And it feels like Steelers fans are sick of the commitment to a little bit better than mediocrity.
Ross, great stuff, buddy. And as always,
sounds good. Later, dudes.
Later, dudes. Yeah, that's a real laugh out of Ross.
Yeah, he liked that one. Yeah.
It didn't give me the laugh the first time, but I got a real laugh that laugh. That's good enough for me. And that was Odyssey NFL Insider Ross Tucker on the Fan Hotline. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. We'll react to what Ross had to say, and another Steelers legend turns on Mike Tomlin. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for my friends at Victor's Home Solutions. Let's talk about your roof. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this winter, but be forewarned, there are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic isn't properly ventilated, doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. And this is one of the reasons I recommend
800-313-5922. Let our team of experts at Tax Hardship Center help you see things clearly without poking the bear. We have live professionals ready for your call. 800-313-5922. 800-313-5922. That's 800-313-5922.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
They are so fed up. It's crazy. There's actually like a similarity there. It's different, but there's a lot of crossover between Steelers and Penn State fans. And for whatever reason, it's like they both decided this year that they were just done with the guy. Like Franklin, last year Penn State was a play away from the national championship game. They won 13 games, but they put so much into this year that when they lost to Oregon, it was just like, I know people that were like done. They lost one game. After they lost the first game this year, they lost a home whiteout game to Oregon. People were like, oh, we're done. Fire this guy. He can't win the big one. Sick of him. Get him out of here. And it feels like Steelers fans are sick of the commitment to a little bit better than mediocrity.
That is Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, giving us his take on the discontentment in Pittsburgh with Mike Tomlin. I love the Franklin comparison. We'll get to that in a second. But Mark Schlerth coming up in 1 hour's time. He's going to be on Browns-Titans this Sunday as hopefully we can get another win here for your Cleveland Browns. But I do think it was interesting that he made the Franklin comparison because Franklin has since been named the Virginia Tech head coach. And today he flipped 10 Penn State commitments.
Yeah.
And that got Nittany Lions fans' attention.
So one thing I did have in Quick Hits that we didn't get to, obviously, was he showed up with some crumble cookies.
Yeah.
That's a great move.
Yeah.
That's a power move. I love that.
Even if he didn't mean to do it, it ends up being a great bit by happenstance.
He meant to do it. He meant to do it.
The guy didn't know it's because Crumble Cookie CEO made sure to keep Kalani Sitake, the BYU head coach. He stepped up to keep him at BYU and not go to Penn State. I still don't believe that was that. I don't believe. I really think that it's got to be like DeBoer. It's got to be somebody coaching this weekend for Penn State. I can't imagine they've swung and missed.
Your only option is to just throw a bunch of money at Brian Kelly, who'd rather golf than coach right now,
or call John Gruden. Let's get it.
Gruden comes up in every coaching thing that we talk about now. It's really funny to me.
But South Florida didn't name him the head coach, so all right. I'm saying he's available.
Gruden to Penn State.
Yeah, you get the double Gruden because then Jay will be his offensive coordinator.
Okay.
And podcaster.
Because Jay Gruden and Coach Riz have such a nice relationship together in a previous working relationship, we basically have the inside track to Penn State football.
And maybe Lance goes to Penn State in a couple years. Maybe we follow him as his lackeys. Our basic job would be, great job, Coach.
Way to get it done out there.
That's
way to get it done.
That's the way ball's meant to be played. All right.
I do think there's value that we could offer up to a college football team in this discussion. And what it would be is basically, people have PR firms to basically make sure they don't step in it.
Yeah.
We would be just the level-headed version of that. The one that would be like, so this is what they're going to say. The unfiltered, like this is it. This is the reality. And then maybe they would take our advice. Maybe they wouldn't.
I think it's crazy that anyone thinks the Steelers fans are more upset than Browns fans are right now.
They're really mad. I'm really mad here though too. I guess in both equations you can say, what else did you expect though?
How so? Oh, because of the Aaron Rodgers stuff?
Yeah. I just kind of like in both equations, I feel like if you start there, you're going to end the adventure at the same point. What's amazing to me, though, is whether or not the Steelers fans can put this thing into overdrive enough to actually force the Rooney's hand into making a decision that they just don't like to make.
I just think, here to me is the simple difference. Steelers fans are mad that Mike Tomlin hasn't gotten the quarterback right and that they're stuck in, we can make the playoffs, but we won't win in the playoffs. Browns fans are mad because the Browns traded the first quarterback that's given you any hope in the last 20 years to replace him with a guy that was supposed to be an upgrade and help you win Super Bowls, who was sued for over 20 sexual assault allegations, who then became the worst trade in NFL history, which also wrecked the team because of the assets you gave up. And this year is basically a lost year because of all their previous sins. Which one of those sounds like somebody would be more angry about?
No, our struggle is definitely worse than the Steelers fans. That's not the competition.
But I think my point is, I think this, like, for the Steelers, I understand it's a culmination of not winning a playoff game since 2016. I do understand that. That fury cannot be the fury of, and by the way, it's not even about those things. It's about Haslam's reign of terror in general.
Okay, but over the weekend, one stadium was filled with fire Tomlin chants and booing during Renegade, which is a thing I've never heard them do before.
And one stadium wasn't filled at all.
Wasn't filled at all. The other stadium was $6 tickets, and you can get in for the price of a sandwich. So like if you're just measuring pure and utter outrage for right now, it feels like the Steelers fans do have us beat.
Except we skipped outrage and we went straight to apathy.
Well, and that's it.
I don't say we because I'm still pissed.
Like if we wanted to judge this, I don't know, right after the injury to Deshaun Watson last year, or maybe even 2 years ago. Like the problem, and this is maybe where the Browns have just pulled the wool over everyone's eyes, is the idea that we've not necessarily healed from Deshaun. We're still feeling the ramifications of it, but they want us to be almost healed from it, and to act as if it didn't just happen within the previous couple years. And we've all collectively just kind of accepted it at this point.
Yeah, it's like in a bad relationship when the person who is I'll just say it, who is the abuser then goes to the victim. Oh, you're not over that? Yeah. That was like 3 weeks ago. I don't know why you're still upset about that.
No, I mean, we got every right to be upset by it, but I think for the Steelers fans, I think right now it's so fresh and and we've been doing fire Tomlin conversations for about 2 years from now, but this last weekend,
Pony's been trying to get
it's been a long time.
Tomlin fired since my first year in Carolina.
It's been a long time. Yeah.
So but
I've never seen them so almost collectively unanimous in this discussion, though.
I think the difference
that part is different to me.
We played James Harrison's rant about Mike Tomlin. He's a good coach. He's not a great coach. There's some sour grapes with James Harrison and Mike Tomlin, but Ben Roethlisberger, who by all accounts has had a great relationship with Mike Tomlin. He was on the Footballin' podcast, and it sure sounds like he's turned on Mike Tomlin.
Maybe it's time. Maybe it's a clean house time. Maybe it is. Maybe it's time. And I like Coach Tomlin. I have a lot of respect for Coach Tomlin. But maybe it's best for him too. Sure. Maybe a fresh start for him is what's best. Whether that's in the pros, whether maybe go be Penn State's head coach. You know what he would do in Penn State? He'd probably go win national championships because he's a great recruiter.
So
that was insulting.
Yeah. Well, by the way, I can't remember what the college job was, but remember somebody asked Tomlin if he would leave Pittsburgh to go do like a blue blood college job, and he lost his ever-loving mind.
I read Brooke Pryor today, who covers the Steelers. She was like, I can't wait for the first person to ask him.
We should send Shadell.
What about the Penn State job? Oh, we totally would.
Yeah.
Do they have a Shadell on their beat?
Because that guy's got brass ones, and I believe Jeff Shadell just does not care.
Do they have Jerry Dulac, that version?
You think Shadell's going to be intimidated by Mike Tomlin?
Oh, no. Are you kidding me?
Come on.
That actually would be funny. We can rent out Shadell for hire across in different teams across the country.
The most diabolical question you want the head coach of your favorite team to be asked, we're going to, for a 50% surcharge, we will send Jeff Shadell in.
You roll him up there for $49.99 and a TGI Fridays gift card, and he's gone.
Well, yeah,
he's in your city tomorrow.
We're like his pimps, okay? We get paid, and then we give Jeff a percentage of those earnings.
I would love to see Tomlin's answer. I would love. The weird thing about yesterday with Tomlin,
I do want a business card that says Jeff Shadell's pimp. I do want that.
You want that? People can print those for you. We can do that.
But I want it to mean something.
I don't think it's going to mean anything when it says Jeff Shadell's pimp on it.
Jeff, where's my money?
Where's my money? Where's my money? You turn into like the scene from Family Guy with Stewie. Stewie and Brian.
This is off the rails.
Yes, it is.
Did you hear how Tomlin spoke yesterday?
Where he was
basically resigned to the idea that, I'm not very good right now.
I
deserve the fire Tomlin chance. And if you ask me what I am, I'm 6-6. Ooh.
So which by the way is like a Super Bowl for Jimmy Haslam. What I will say is it's different when Roethlisberger says it. Like that, I don't love his framing of it, but it's really more for Mike than it is for us. That's a cop-out. But him saying that has absolute weight, whereas James Harrison says a lot of crazy crap. I like the James Harrison thing. I was like, well, that's not great that James is saying that, but he's got history with Tomlin that's not 100% great, and this, that, and the other. When Roethlisberger says it, one, I think less of Ben Roethlisberger. Like, have some scruples, Ben. All right, that man stood by you through some pretty awful things, and you're like, 6-6, not for me, sir. But no, I think it is different when Roethlisberger said. I still don't think it's happening, but Roethlisberger saying what he said this late in the season makes me wonder if maybe there's more of a chance than I've ever given it.
I just want to know who they'd line up as the successor there, because it's the closest thing to a Supreme Court justice job that you'd find in the NFL, being hired as the Steelers head coach.
Randy Fichtner, can we get him out of witness protection?
Marcus Freeman keeps coming across as a name that a lot of people just keep throwing out there. Like it'd be one of those type of guys where you're like you basically, when you sign up for the job, it's like a 15-year runway, which is insane.
Are Steelers fans more frustrated than Browns fans? In my opinion, they're not. And they also need to shut up. 216-474-0092. And, all right, it's a catch. You get what you finally want, but you got to pay for it. The Browns Dilemma in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Mark Schlerth coming up in about 40 minutes. He's on Browns-Titans this weekend and what some are calling a must-win for the Cleveland Browns.
Who's saying that?
People.
Okay.
I think it's more. I don't think it's a must-win. It's a must-not lose.
There we go. Okay,
is that a better way to put it?
Better. Well, even if you lose, you still get draft picks.
Yeah, but I think this one's going to really... I think there are a lot of Browns fans like, listen, the rest of the season's going to suck, but we got this Titans game, right? Like this, the Titans, again, we've had a game against Miami where Miami was fresh off... they just about fired the GM. They were fresh off Tua throwing teammates under the bus. They were open at war. We thought Mike McDaniel was going to get fired at any point. You rolled him, right? You had the Raiders game.
And they rallied. That's a 5-7 football team now.
Yeah, see? The Raiders game.
They won 3 straight.
In which I guarantee to win, and you guarantee to win as well, and we were right. And the next day, Chip Kelly got fired. These are the circumstances of the teams that the Browns have beat and beat handedly, and yet I don't think any of them are as desperate or out of luck as the Titans are.
I don't think it's crazy if you suggest it's been one of the worst teams in the NFL from a talent standpoint that we've seen in the previous half decade.
Yeah.
Like that, there really are. They're just extra levels of bad.
It's honestly, it's not too far off the 2017 Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, I was thinking
and they're doing without trying, by the way.
Yeah, they got one good player. We had Joe Schobert as our Pro Bowler that year.
Joe still played. Joe Thomas played.
That's right.
Joe Batonio was there.
We had multiple Pro Bowlers on that team.
J.C. Treader was on there.
I think we had more talent pound for pound in the 2017 team than this current Titans team.
That was Miles' first year. Joe, wasn't that Joe Hayden's last year too?
No, I don't think that's accurate.
I thought 2018
right?
was his first year in Pittsburgh.
Joe was cut going in training camp.
Yeah, that's
season.
right. Yeah.
I want you, senior research analyst Mac Robinson, to confirm that. Because for some reason I had that earmarked for, no, you're probably right. Actually, I'll take that back. You probably are right. It wouldn't make sense that that move happened in 2018 because John Dorsey was here. And John Dorsey would never. Oh, still pissed about that one. That one upset me at the time. You know what bad Browns moves that I feel like aged really well for me. Yeah. That I was incensed at the time, and I couldn't figure out when they cut Jordan Poyer to save $1 million.
Yeah. Well, then we found out after the fact. I mean, obviously, I think why they went down that road.
Why was that?
He was dealing with a lot of demons at the time.
Was it one of the Bush sisters?
No, although we like that relationship. I think it's still ongoing.
No, we like Rachel. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the other one that I don't know about that one.
Oh, yeah.
They also do not look anything alike.
He got better off in that. Like, going to Buffalo, that did a lot for his career. That's like the DeMario Davis thing. DeMario Davis then goes to the Saints and is a Pro Bowler and is awesome. And it's like, good for you. It was not going to happen here.
Here's the thing. If LeBron James slid into my girl's DMs after I had stepped out on her, it would send me spiraling too, guys. He's a foot taller than you. He's 75 times as rich. I don't know, like, Rachel Bush is a good woman. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm trying to think who on this Titans team is worth anything. Jeffrey Simmons obviously is. There's no denying that. Offensively,
Julius Chestnut, the guy who got afraid of the Jags punter.
Yeah, right. I can't find.
KJ Winston's good. He's a rookie from Penn State. That's a good football player.
There's not much here.
Their tight end. I always want to say Okoronkwo.
Yeah, he's their leading receiver right now.
No, it's Okonkwo.
Okonkwo is what it is. He's got a little over 400 yards in the season, 0 touchdowns, and he's their shining star. And then Tony Pollard's their main running back right now. There really isn't much happening here.
Not a big J.C. Latham guy?
Yeah, no, not really for me.
So if you guys missed it today, Dane Brugler came out with Mock Draft 1.0. So we are officially we're talking big boy mocks now, all right? Not just Petey in his mom's basement getting a little antsy in mid-September because his team started 0-2. And Dane had the Browns trading up to the number 1 spot with the Tennessee Titans, giving up the Jacksonville first-rounder and a day 2 pick in 2027 for the right to draft, for the right to choose between Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore.
Okay.
For a second, that was a very dismissive okay. Not of me. I thought of the mock draft. I didn't know.
Well, I just think it's so hard. I think it's so hard with Mendoza right now. And yeah, I carry a little Brugler beef. There's no denying that.
Is that better or worse than Six Springs Hall of Fame beef?
That's pretty good beef. It's all pretty good beef if you ask me.
Apple cheddar meat snacks. Good God, Joe Thomas.
How does Ken say Wagyu again?
Wagyu.
The Wagyu. My dad was in.
I said it again.
Oh, my dad was in meats for 40 years. Oh,
I need 100 Cleveland men.
Got that Wagyu beef. Ooh.
Is it fair to say, before anyone makes any proclamations around Mendoza, that you just want to see what happens Saturday first?
Yeah. To me, it's more about the playoffs in general, but yeah.
I think it's a very fair response to be like, I want to see. Yeah, I mean, obviously the playoffs are going to be a part of it, and like we'll go through all that, right? But there's two things that I'm interested by. What will Mendoza do against Ohio State? And then we watch as he goes to the playoffs. And then will Dante Moore's stock rise high enough to a spot where he just can't say no?
Yeah, it's going to be. I know that there are other guys in the conversation, but specific to Indiana and Oregon, not only did both quarterbacks have incredibly high stakes because of the ability to win a national championship, and the first national championship in a hell of a long time for Oregon in football, I think ever in Indiana football. I also think, if both guys advance deep enough into the playoffs, one week we're going to say Mendoza, the next we're going to say Moore. I do think, and I do think that Dante Moore, whatever gap there is perceived to be between him and Fernando Mendoza, I think it can be, if Fernando's one and done in the playoffs and Dante goes to the championship game, yeah, I think that could be the difference.
For sure. I'm trying to figure out though if he's going to roll the dice or not. I think it's so fascinating when these guys get projected to be top 5, and then you'd go back into a class in 2027 that's going to have all these other guys, and who knows? You'd imagine Arch would be involved in that, but we can talk about all the different.
It comes out in 2026, big boy.
He's not doing that. No. But what do you do if you're Dante Moore?
You're a member of the Manning family there.
I have an inside track.
That's true.
We've talked to Archie. We've talked to all sorts of people. He's not coming out.
We've talked to Archie, and we've talked to
all sorts of people.
Archie, and did I mean the Archie?
It's the only Manning that we have access to. I don't know. Peyton and Eli.
Is Archie even lucid anymore?
They stopped taking the calls.
I saw Archie in a video a couple weeks ago.
Archie's pulling the strings.
I was like, good God, you are old. He old.
Archie's John Goodman in Righteous Gemstones, okay? Archie's pulling the strings.
Oh, after he checked out, though?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Close enough.
I think my dad used to have a bit where if somebody was so old, he'd get this guy, Bob Allen, who was a legend at WAKR, and he called him Old Bob Old because calling him old once wasn't enough. That's Archie Manning now.
All right. I don't know why I felt like that was disrespectful to Arch Manning and Archie Manning. I don't know. I don't know any allegiance to the Manning family.
You were so offended. You were getting sassy over there.
I just felt I needed to stick up for him in the moment. Then I had that realization of I don't need to stick up for him in any sort of moment.
All right, but I've completely derailed your line of thought here.
No, it's simple. It's it's Dante Moore. Can they convince Dante Moore that this is the one chance he'll have to really cash in on being a number 1 or number 2 overall pick, or does it go back to Oregon to roll the dice for whatever reason? He's so young. By the time the NFL draft happens, he's going to be 20. He's 20 years old.
Yeah,
he's so young, and so there is that worry. And if you go to the NFL and you flame out, that's just. You're not getting many opportunities there.
And Mendoza versus Moore, if that's what it ends up being for the number 1 pick or for the first quarterback off the board, it's going to be the fascinating argument of long-term ceiling over long-term floor.
Right. Mendoza's got the higher floor, obviously, but Dante Moore has got a chance to be, franchise quarterback for years on years on years. He's got as high of a ceiling as you can imagine.
And he could also be a Kelly Smith. Because when you're
on the table.
I'm not just because they're Oregon quarterbacks, just because the sample size is so small, and because his development that he's going to have to do in the NFL is just it feels like, as of right now, 10 times what Fernando Mendoza has to do.
All-time favorite bust Oregon quarterback, Joey Harrington, easy.
I don't know. I really loved watching Achille in Oregon. Joey Harrington kind of always gave me Chach vibes.
Because you can go Harrington, you can go Mariota, there's a lot.
Mariota.
I know, and then he tried to clarify today too. He's just confused everybody.
I don't even think he knows anymore. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same game parlays. FanDuel is also the #1 sports book for your boy Nicky Dubs. Coincidence? I think not. Because I love same-game parlays and I love FanDuel.
on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
We got Mark Schlerth coming up in 20 minutes' time. He's on the Browns-Titans game. We'll have a little Cam Ward versus Shedeur Sanders conversation. I distinctly remember a time when Mark Schlerth would say things about Jeudy, had some words. Maybe we can get some advice on how to maybe get Jerry to stop blaming the media and take some ownership of his actions. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. But let's get to the lead there, JP. The Browns opened the 21-day window, the practice window for Deshaun Watson today. Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker joined us last hour and said he'd be surprised if Watson plays this year.
I guess I don't really understand what the point would be. If you have him play a couple games, what happens if he really plays well? Do you go into next year and say Deshaun's the guy? I doubt it. If he really plays poorly, how does that help you? When the owner comes out and says it was a big mistake and we all own it, and, the former chief strategy officer who's now with the Rockies says, yeah, we all blew that one. That does not sound like the type of stuff you say before the guy's going to start games for your quarterback.
He's not wrong. It's just, I think you sometimes just have to throw logic out the window when dealing with this Browns team, because it feels like they definitely would do the type of thing where if Shedeur struggles, it's like, all right, Deshaun, you're up, and we'll see how this goes. And really, they don't even, it feels like they never think like a move or two ahead on the chessboard. Like they're not even asking themselves, what our best result gives us this, worst result gives us this. Now let's meet where this actually should lie. They just don't seem to do these things. They just kind of fly by the seat of their pants.
I will give them credit. It starts with a plan. And then when the you-know-what hits the wall, they've not recovered in recent years well. That's when it starts to be like, maybe we should play Deshaun. I don't know. And everybody just kind of looks at each other with a shrug emoji like, sure, it sounds good to you. Sound thought partners. I just listen. I don't have any interest in seeing Deshaun Watson play this year. On fairness, in a Browns uniform, I'm over the Deshaun experience. Mm-hmm. But at least give me the decency of doing that next year when there's a different head coach. Because I've seen Deshaun and Kevin together. They failed together, right? You made the great point that they're going to go, when they're looking for new jobs, they're going to go into different rooms at the combine and blame each other. After dapping each other up in the hallway, it's apparent that each guy should blame the other guy for their failure instead of taking their own ownership. The point is, I got 3% interest in seeing Bill O'Brien with Deshaun Watson again. I got no interest in seeing Kevin Stefanski with Deshaun again.
Oh, are you trying to pair up Bill O'Brien? Is that what's happening here?
Our guy Ron sent that to me in a text, and I was like, I'd rather not. Honestly, in the pantheon
it's going miserably at Boston College.
Yeah, but the problem with Bill is we know he's a Machiavellian figure. If I could get him to just be a head coach, I don't think Bill O'Brien's a bad head coach. I just think he's a bad guy to have in your organization, and frankly, I've seen enough of those.
After announcing that his practice window opened, Kevin Stefanski was asked about Deshaun Watson's impact on the Browns quarterback room.
Just by being himself, everybody's got a different perspective of this game, and I think having a guy like Deshaun in there who's seen so much and has been through different situations and can provide great counsel to young quarterbacks, I just think that's invaluable. Shedeur's been outstanding in the meeting room with Deshaun. Deshaun's been outstanding with all those guys, so it's really an impressive group that helps each other. So I think having Deshaun out there will be great for Shedeur. I think it's great for Dylan. Bailey obviously is a guy that provides great value to us. So just having all those guys on the field, I think, is beneficial.
Did Kevin accidentally...
I was going to say, that's the first time I've ever heard him say outstanding and Shedeur in any sort of similar, in a sentence.
Mac, we're going to need you to roll that back to when he started.
That was the best compliment he's ever given Shedeur.
I don't think he meant to give it to him. I think what he meant to say...
You could hear his voice almost stop before he actually got to say outstanding, but then he went through with it.
No, I think what he meant to say was Deshaun has been outstanding in the room.
You think a misspeak is the highest compliment that Shedeur has gotten from Stefanski?
Yes, because if you hear me go, Shedeur has been outstanding in the
I want to hear it again.
And then he goes, and Deshaun's been outstanding in those rooms with Shedeur.
It kind of sounds like he's starting to say outstanding and then is like, am I going too far here is how I heard it.
I think he confused the two names.
Shedeur's been outstanding in the meeting room
No, he was going to
Deshaun's
say
been outstanding with all those guys.
He was going to say something else.
So wait. You got to.
That was good. Okay.
You gotta listen to the full clip because when he pauses, he pauses in between Shedeur and outstanding.
Yeah, because he pauses between like the out and the standing part of it, as if he was going to say something that wasn't outstanding.
Oh, see, what I heard was I didn't mean to say that name.
Like in my head, it was like, oh, I went, oh no, am I going too far in the compliment here?
And then he paused
but I've already
again,
said ouch, and so I can't walk it back
to then say what I think he initially meant to say.
All right, I'll play it from the top then for you.
Okay.
It's got a different perspective of this game, and I think having a guy like Deshaun in there who's seen so much and has been through different situations and can provide great counsel to young quarterbacks, I just think that's invaluable. Shedeur's been outstanding in the meeting room with Deshaun. Deshaun's been outstanding with all those guys, so it's really an impressive.
I think he just meant to say Deshaun's been outstanding in the quarterback room.
No, screw you. I'm taking the win.
I'm taking the win. You heard exactly what I heard.
Nicest thing I've heard from Kevin Stefanski when talking about Shedeur yet. Outstanding.
Was he meant to say it about Deshaun?
Outstanding.
Jerry Jeudy.
What a real low light we have here where a misspeak is the best we've got.
He did say his name, though. Even if he didn't mean to, he said his name.
He has. In the past week or so, he has.
Look at that. So proud of you. What a good hump to get over.
Only took him 5 months.
Jerry Jeudy spoke with the media today and tried to downplay his sideline interaction with Shedeur Sanders last Sunday.
What I would have done different, I probably just probably talked to him off camera. That's probably what I would have done different. Call him and speak my mind and tell me and say what I need, what I see out there. But it what it is, football, man. Just me and Shedeur good. It's stuff like that happens. Y'all gonna make it bigger than what it is. Because the media. That's what y'all feed off of, negativity, but it is what it is. This is the life we live. So, we move on from it. And I live a real life, so what happened around in this locker room, just real, not what's going on social media and everything. So, me and Shedeur good, everything good, man. We gravy over here.
Well, it's funny because they did both speak about how good they are and how good they are as far as being like water under the bridge. But I did notice Shedeur mentioned trust like 75 times in his press conference today. I don't think that was an accident. But the bigger story here is Jerry Jeudy just skirting accountability to blame the media.
No, it's the media's fault.
Yeah.
I dropped those balls.
Yeah.
I did.
I yelled at Shedeur on the sideline.
That's true.
Clearly.
That's true.
That was all me.
When I met with the media 2 weeks ago, I gave everyone 2-word answers. And made everybody think maybe it was something about off-the-field issues. And then when I met a week later, I gave 3-word answers because that was me. I'm so hard not to just be like, get this clown off the team. And I don't think Jerry's a clown. All right? I cannot pretend to know Jerry, but this
is the hoe conversation from yesterday. I'm not calling you a hoe,
but I'm saying you've got clownish behavior. No, I really like the person that we saw last year, and I can understand that there are frustrations that happen, but this ain't it. And Jerry, the problem with Jerry is I don't know that he understands. You don't get too many strikes against you in this regard. When Denver says this guy's a pain in the ass, get him out of here, and then Cleveland does the same thing, you got a finite amount of time to make your money, man.
It's going to be really interesting to find out if we do have a whole new regime in here next year, who ends up staying and who ends up going. I would bet, based off of the contracts and everything, I would bet they try to give Jerry Jeudy another chance, but I don't see it working out for him, whatever that new regime is.
I'll just continue to go back to it. Jerry has had these temper tantrums, and when he had a temper tantrum, they force-fed him the ball against the Jets in what ended up being a loss. When Wyatt Teller has tried to play through an injury or whatever's going on with Wyatt, they decided to bench him effectively by juggling the right guard spot in an important game where Wyatt graded out with his best PFF grade as the best offensive lineman on the Cleveland Browns. I just want, Jerry can have his little public temper tantrum screaming at Shedeur. We're fine. Wyatt Teller plays his ass off, plays really good football. He's your best offensive lineman, and he gets benched. Instead of like
the Jordan rules, we got the Jeudy rules, and it doesn't seem right because he's done nothing to earn this. But we're so bereft of offensive talent that I feel like this is why they're letting him act this way.
Isn't this the epitome of the Kevin Stefanski organization? There's a squeaky wheel that gets all the attention, and Wyatt Teller plays his ass off for a decade for this team, can't get a contract extension, and has to fight for his job with Tevin Jenkins. Are you serious?
Yeah, they're fighting. They constantly fight the wrong battles, is what it feels like. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, joined us
Just
today.
fire Kevin Stefanski's ass today for this. I'm not happy about it.
I can tell.
I'm getting mad again. I didn't.
It's okay. Get mad. It's fine. Anyway, she joined us at 3:20. She talked about Shedeur Sanders' comfort in the Browns' offense ahead of the Titans game this week.
I would say the theme of his press conference today was about trust, and he needs to trust himself and trust what he's seeing. And look, I think sometimes when he's not trusting looks, or if he's not trusting his pass catchers, it's because they haven't had enough of that time on task that we talk about. And he didn't get a lot of practice reps with these guys. So, yeah, I'm curious. And look, the Titans are not that good. I think he's going to have some chances to look downfield against this defense, and I think the Browns defense is going to have some opportunities to give this offense good field position. So I think the Browns really have to play complementary, and I think he just needs to continue to get more comfortable, like he talked about today, and really just trust what he's seeing. He said the game he feels like it's slowed down for him a little bit over these last few weeks, so that's all promising. Like, I would like to see more evidence of that against the Titans for sure.
If you guys missed any bit of the Ashley interview, she was great today. And at the end, she effectively ended the interview by being like, you guys are ridiculous human beings, and she was 100% right to do so.
This is off the rails.
When we come back, Mark Schlerth, he's on the call. Browns-Titans this Sunday. We'll talk Shedeur versus Cam Ward and Jerry Jeudy versus himself in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. Bookman & Son.
Brogdon to a 1-year Major League contract. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. We've got quick hits coming up in just about 40 minutes there. However, Browns-Titans on Sunday. Our next guest is going to be on the call here. We are going to play a little bit of sound for him here, as we've played it a couple times for you guys, but we were going to go ahead and be joined here by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlerth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Listen to the Stinkin' Truth podcast now on Spotify or Apple Podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Let's go here out to the fan hotline. Welcome in Mark Schlerth. Stink, welcome to the show.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. How you guys doing?
We're doing all right here. We actually want to play a little snippet of sound because your old friend Jerry Jeudy had a tiff on the sidelines with Shedeur Sanders this weekend. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? And I want to play for you today. He was asked about it by the media, and I want to see if any of what you're about to hear sounds familiar. You ready?
Yeah, sure.
All right, here we go.
What I would have done different, I probably just probably talk them off camera. That's probably what I would have done different. Of course, I'm gonna speak my mind and tell me what and say what I need, what I see out there. But you know, it what it is. Football, man. Just me and Shedeur are good. You know, it's stuff like that happens. You know, y'all gonna make it bigger than what it is. You know, because the media, you know, that's what y'all feed off of, negativity. You know, but it is what it is. This is the life we live. So, you know, we move on from it. And I live a real life. You know, so what happened around in this locker room, you know, just real, not what's going on social media and everything. So me and Shedeur good, everything good, man. We gravy over here.
As someone that covered him in Denver, does that sound familiar at all to you?
Well, yeah, but, you know, I mean, he's right to a degree, you know. I mean, sometimes things happen on the sideline. Sometimes you blow up. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you're having a discussion that looks worse than it is. I wasn't there. I don't exactly know. But exactly know what happened. But at the same time, you know, that's one of the reasons that when he played here, I was very critical about the way he played, because ultimately, you know, you've been in the league for however long you've been in the league. You lead the league in drops every year. The lack of awareness, the fumble down the sideline was just unbelievable. Was that the Raiders? I think that was the Raiders game. The fumble down the sideline. Like, it just, your complete and total lack of awareness. You know, those are the issues, and those were the issues. As I said, I probably came on your guys' show before, said I wish I could buy him for what he's worth and sell him for what he thinks he's worth, because he's an unbelievably talented guy, but I think he's a very below-average football player.
How much of this is redeemable? This has now been 3 straight weeks in a row where Jerry's had something pop up where it's like, I can't believe this is the direction that he's going right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, if you don't hold yourself accountable and you don't look at yourself through a critical eye, then, you know, until you're willing to do that, it's not redeemable. It'll never work. So, I mean, that, you know, again, that's my opinion. And you can take it for what it's worth. You know, he can take it for what it's worth. But I do have, you know, 3 world championships to my career and my name and 12 years of start. And so I do know something about winning a championship, and what it takes and the sacrifice that it takes and your willingness to put others ahead of yourself and to be a professional football player. Listen, I was just talking on my podcast today, not about Jerry Jeudy, but just about being a professional. And I used to say this to my kid all the time. When my son got drafted in the first round by the Arizona Diamondbacks, I sat him down and said, just because you play a pro sport doesn't make you professional. I was a professional freaking football player. I never was late to a meeting. I never missed a meeting. I never missed a workout. I had literally in 6 years of starting in Denver, I had 3 missed assignments, and they still haunt me. that most guys have 3 a game in 6 years. Like I was a professional freaking football player, and it meant something to me, and it means something to me to sacrifice for my teammates. It means something for me to put others ahead of myself in the organization. That's important to me, and I wanted it to be important to my son, and you know, and I've had conversations with my son when he's playing in Arizona, and I don't even know what happened. I don't even know, but it was something that Terrell Owens did. And I called him up, and he answers the phone, and I said, do you see what happened? You know, do you see, and I don't even remember what it was, but with Terrell Owens, and he goes, yeah, I saw it. And I go, I just want you to know that if you ever act like that, I will be on the next flight to wherever you are, and I will whip your ass in front of every one of your teammates. Do you understand that? Yeah, Dad, I get it. Okay, good. I just want to know. I just want you to know that these are the consequences of how you behave as a, you know, at that time he was a collegiate athlete, but as a professional athlete, because that's what I expect, because that's what I demanded of myself.
Stink, I got to say, if I had 3 Super Bowl rings, I mean, it would come up in every conversation. Like, if me and the missus argue about who's going to take the trash out, it'd be like, well, I have 3 Super Bowl rings. I think I've committed enough here.
Now, the response back from her is like, well, you've displayed a real ability to get things done, haven't you? You can get this done as well.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, it just is. It's just one of those things that, for me, like playing a professional sport and being involved in that, I didn't play just because you could make money doing it. I played to win. I wanted to win championships, and I think most guys do, but I think there's a lot of guys that don't understand what it takes, especially at this level. And you look at the Cleveland Browns, like I'm knee deep in film study right now, watching them, and that defense is. Shoot, listen. Go to listen to the Stinking for your fans. Go listen to the Stinking Truth podcast today, because I made an argument that Myles Garrett should win an MVP. He should be the MVP of this league. He is doing things that nobody in the history of this league has done. It is it's unbelievable. That dude is getting blocked. He's getting double teamed on almost every play. He's got 19 sacks right now. He's the one dude when you line up, you got to take away, and nobody can take him away. And we're not talking about a bunch of dumb, football coaches. They understand you break the huddle, 95. Where is he and how are we going to contend with him? And he's still sitting with 5 games left at 19 sacks. Man, I played against Reggie White. I played against Warren Sapp. I played against John Randall. I played against Lawrence freaking Taylor. I played against the best that have ever played the game. And that dude is doing things that they didn't do. And he's doing it. Think about this now. He's doing it in a day and age of the NFL where it's all about 3-step drops and freaking bubble screens. You get maybe 10, 12 legitimate opportunities to rush the passer on any given weekend. And because your offense can't score, the offense of the opponent doesn't put themselves into harm's way. You're not getting that complementary nature. You're not building a 20-point lead where they have to throw it every down. They're looking at it like, hey, man, we can go 3 plays and punt because, Cleveland's offense isn't good enough to score against us. So you're getting even less opportunities to rush the freaking passer if you're Myles Garrett, and he's got 19 sacks at this juncture, getting double-teamed every time. Like, if that's not an MVP, but of course, we can't look beyond the quarterbacks, right? We can't see beyond the quarterback. Oh, the quarterback this, the quarterback that. Oh, my God. Oh, listen, man. Hey, listen, if the safety jumps the over, throw the post. If the safety hangs on top of the post, throw the over. Ooh, oh, it's so complicated. Oh my gosh, how are we ever going to understand what the quarterback does? It doesn't equate to what Myles Garrett is doing. I understand you guys have won 3 games, so nobody's going to vote for him. But if it were up to me, quarterbacks wouldn't win MVPs. Because what he's doing is next level exceptional. It is like he is a freak show among freak shows, and I for one just respect the crap out of it.
Okay, so why then has it not translated into wins? Like, you caught yourself there for a second. You're like, he's putting this all season. It's been incredible. No one can deny that. But then we only do have 3 wins, as you mentioned. Is that coaching? Is that the offensive side of the ball? Is that special teams that's been a gap? What is that?
Well, it's obviously in your last game, you guys special team gaps all over the place. Like, you don't have margins to win. You guys don't have the margins to win on special teams and on offense. What that defense is doing, they're number 2 in almost every discernible category. Number 2 or number 3. Like, you know how unbelievable that is when you're getting like next to no production from your offense. San Francisco has got a bunch of also-rans off the street that are starting on defense, and you scored 8 points. It's absolutely amazing, and that just goes to show you, the cliche of, defense wins championships. No, it doesn't. Complete teams win championships. Like, you gotta have both sides of the ball and special teams and all those things. But again, like, to me, it's absolutely unbelievable what that guy is doing on a football field right now.
Mark Schlerth on the fan hotline here with Nick and JP breaking down a game he's going to be on the call for. Browns-Titans on Sunday here in Cleveland. I guess we'll start with the quarterback matchup. How do you view Cam Ward versus Shedeur Sanders on Sunday?
Yeah, both of them have got a lot of work to do. Both of them have got a lot of improvement to make. Cam Ward's a better athlete, scrambles around a little bit. I think he needs to add in at this point in his career. He needs to run the ball more than he does. You always have to have an answer, like pre-snap, have an answer. And if that answer is 1 to 2 to scramble, then that's good. And that's really one of the things. So you look at what Drake May has done this year. He has been really front side, 1, 2, take off, 1, 2, take off. That's been his answer, and he's been exceptional at that. So Cam Ward has got to incorporate more of that in his game. I think he throws the ball as a natural athlete better outside the pocket on the move than he does inside the pocket. There are plenty of mechanical things that break down in the pocket to where he'll throw, just off-arm angles, and he'll drop his elbow, and he just is not very accurate when those things happen, and they happen way too frequently. So he's got a lot of learning to do as a quarterback, as does Shedeur. Obviously they're making it really easy with the screens, the bubble screens. Most of the completions were within 2-3 yards of the line of scrimmage. So, that's part of the thing. You saw the big ball over the top to Jerry Jeudy he missed, windy conditions and all those different things. But just holding the ball a little bit late with some things, more apt to throw the check down. So, again, young quarterbacks, you got to grow. You got to have that confidence, and other guys around them have to support them. They've got to do a good job with that stuff. So both quarterbacks have a lot of growing to do. But the cool thing is they're getting the opportunity.
You said you're knee-deep in film study already for this week and really digesting a lot of the Browns season. What has been a surprise to you as you play, and you've done Browns games already, but what has caught you a little off guard as you dive deeper and deeper?
Well, I don't know about catching me off guard, but I think Schlesinger is incredible. I think he's flying around making, all kinds of plays. I think the thing that surprised me most is you get so much Myles Garrett, and rightfully so. But up and down that line of scrimmage, Mason Graham has been unbelievable. Collins, I know he's hurt right now, but he's been unreal. Shelby Harris, the inside rotation of that defensive line has been really, really good. The Alex Wright kid, I think he's injured as well. I don't know when he went out, but I just remember he's been unbelievable, and so I think the whole defensive line has been great. Listen, defensively, man, they got a bunch of dudes that, regardless of the fact that this offense isn't producing, those dudes are flying around, hitting people. Denzel Ward that dude's a football playing Jesse, man. He just makes plays. and he'll tackle he'll hit people. One thing that just blew me away, and I got 8 million notes. I write notes to myself. I have to write everything, and I've got unbelievable penmanship, by the way. My penmanship is incredible. I'll send you guys a picture, but
please do.
But yeah, I've got all these notes written down, and one of the things is like how exceptional this defense is rallying to the ball. And in today's football, it's crazy to me. If all you do is tackle well, that's all you do. You just make tackles and make stops, and don't let people have dirty yards after contact. Right? Don't have the leaky yardage. If all you do is that, you will eliminate scores in this league. Because offenses are going to shoot themselves in the foot, and offenses in today's NFL are so worried about getting into premium plays and are so worried about hey, if you get into this, we want you to get into this defense, so we have this leverage advantage over here. Very few teams just line up and say, we're going to bludgeon you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And it drives me crazy about today's football. But it is what we do, and it's one of the reasons there's so many pre-snap penalties and so many issues, because guys are thinking so many missed assignments in today's football where you rotate a safety down, whether it's strong or weak, and all of a sudden guys lose complete and total focus on the number count and who they've got at the second level and who they're supposed to block, and it's almost comical. The number of mistakes that are made in today's game, and a lot of it, I understand we don't practice in pads. We don't, there's just a lot of, I'm old man in my black socks, standing on my porch, and I get that, and people like to say stuff like that, but most of those people don't know jack squat about playing football, so I can handle it.
All right, Stink. I've seen this script that I think is about to play out 1,000,000 times before in Cleveland. You're 3-9. It feels like the season is getting progressively more lost. You're starting to get weird stuff. There's a weird situation with Wyatt Teller last week. The Jerry Jeudy stuff has started to happen. And you can kind of see that at some point the ass is going to fall out of this thing. That usually means a head coach gets fired or a GM gets fired or everybody gets fired and people get traded. So from where the Browns are right now with 5 games to go, how do they avoid finishing the script the exact same way I've seen it done countless times over the last 26 years?
Yeah, I don't know that you fix that. I don't know. I mean, every time I turn on social media, it's about is Shedeur Sanders being sabotaged? Is Kevin Stefanski they're giving Kevin Stefanski is giving Shedeur Sanders the crappy plays. There's one of 32. You're one of 32. One of 32. You think you're trying to lose a game because you don't like a kid, or you don't believe a kid, or they forced this draft pick upon you? That's the most insanely stupid thing I've ever heard. It's hard to win in this league, and ultimately, it's really hard if you and the front office aren't on the same page. And obviously, you saw the draft footage of Shedeur Sanders getting drafted. It looked like Stefanski just ate a lemon. We've all seen that. So you can only assume that wasn't his pick. But the bottom line to me is this. You have got to be willing to make the tough decisions, and you've got to have the right people within your organization that are all pulling in the same direction. And sometimes the right decision is to get rid of a really good football player that has great potential, but he's not the right guy. And when you bring those guys into an organization, it's like putting a turd in the punch bowl. And you will never, ever win that way. Ever. I don't care how talented guys are. I don't. So you've got to be willing to make the really tough decisions. And we've seen the dramatic turnaround. Look at what's going on in New England right now. Look what's going on with the Denver Broncos. Man, here in Denver, people were going crazy because Sean Payton yelled at Russell Wilson. Well, guess what? He wasn't Sean's guy. He wasn't the right guy. And people said, "Oh, you'll never be able to overcome, that 36 million in cap debt to this year. I think it was 50 million last year." Guess what? Bo Nix has won more games in the first 2 years of his. There's only like 4 guys ahead of him or 5 guys ahead of him. He's won 20 games in his first 2 years as a starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos. He hasn't been great, but he's been really good. And the bottom line is you put the right people around him. Same thing with Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel comes in there and makes some really tough decisions on some guys. Says, "Hey man, this guy's not part of our team." Hell, in the first 4 weeks of the season, he cut his starting safety. Yeah, you know what? You can leave. We don't need you. Like, those are the type of decisions that great organizations make, that championship organizations make. And bad organizations say to themselves, "Yeah, but you know what? If we can just get him to do the little things right, if we can just get him to do this, like he's so talented," they can't look beyond the talent. And I just know from experience, talent. Hey, we got to have great talent. You know what? Joe Gibbs used to say this all the time in meetings when I played for Joe Gibbs and the Washington Redskins. Talent will win. Talent will make plays in the first 3 quarters of the game, but great character wins games in the fourth quarter. And he goes, "I would much rather have great character on my team than great talent." And I tell you, like I said, I played 12 years, started for 12 years in this league, and won championships. And it was always about the character of the men, not the talent of the men.
Mark, excellent stuff as always, buddy. Can't wait to catch you on the game this weekend. Browns and Titans. Love the Stinking Truth podcast, where everyone can find on Spotify and Apple. You're great, buddy. Appreciate you.
You got it, guys. Take care.
Mark Schlerth there, Odyssey NFL insider, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Mark is the host of the Odyssey original podcast, the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Remember to listen to the Stinkin' Truth podcast on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. We'll react to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Deshaun Watson continuing to work his way back from injury as his 21-day practice window has opened. The Browns have 3 weeks to add Watson to the active roster. Otherwise, he'll remain on the PUP list for the rest of the season. While Watson's playing time is in question, head coach Kevin Stefanski talked about how he's still making an impact.
Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot. When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Quick hits coming up in 10 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Great stuff with Mark Schlerth. Mark Schlerth there.
Yeah. So how many? When we get closer and closer to the Myles Garrett should get MVP votes conversation and everything he was trying to go down there, how many people are they going to have that same moment that Stink has, where he's like, "Wait, I am talking up a lot for a guy on a 3-win football team." It's like it just kind of like hits him smack in the face, like, "Oh no. You do only have 3 wins," and then they have to go through the whole, it's almost like an existential conversation about how important is the defense in today's NFL.
So, do you think that there's a clear runaway MVP candidate this year?
No, but I do think if we were having a legitimate convo about it, it would be any order of Matthew Stafford, Drake May, and Dak Prescott's not too far behind.
Okay, so, and in fairness, if Stafford won one, I couldn't be mad. If Dak won one, given how much crap he's got, I couldn't be mad. Here's what I'll say. I don't think just getting the sack record is enough on a 3 or 4 win team to be in the MVP conversation. Meaning like an actual final 3 finalist. But there is a point, because you and I have talked about the fact that the sack record isn't treated, and it's not treated like the home run record in baseball, right?
Right.
I do think that there's a number of sacks that if Myles gets to, and specifically if he does it before the 17th game, I think at some point you have to throw it down. You got to put the guy in the conversation. And it's 25 sacks. If he gets to 25 sacks, that's such a clear jump over the record.
Isn't that the number he has on his arm?
Oh, is that it?
I think that's the number, yeah. It was a part of the broadcast where they're like, yeah, Myles didn't tell us what his number was, but he says he has it written somewhere on his body. Oh. And then it's like, well, it's very easy. They just took the camera and then was like, oh, it's on his wrist. It says 25 right there.
You could have it written other places,
I don't know
too.
why. I don't know why Myles didn't just tell him. Why didn't you just tell him the number? It's like you made him play hide and seek with the camoras that would very obviously see.
He might have wanted them to play hide and seek.
It's just on your wrist. Is that what Myles is into these days?
Lower. Lower.
No, higher. I said higher. It's just a ridiculous thing. So clearly that's Myles' goal, though. Myles' goal, he wants that to be.
He's got a tramp stamp.
Just so odd. It was like the way the broadcast set it up, and it was just like, yeah, he wouldn't tell us what that number is.
But I mean,
we used some real sleuthing to figure out what it was, and then they highlighted in on the number right on his arm.
If he gets to 25 sacks in 16 games, you can't at some point. And by the way, there's a chance that I think there's a chance he sets the record this weekend. I do. Tennessee.
I mean, Cam Ward's been sacked more than any other quarterback in the sport. He is basically just he's a punching bag back there.
And there's a chance that the Browns get this lead early, and Tennessee's playing from behind. Like there's kind of a little algorithm here that is almost designed to get Myles the record in this game. And if he gets a record in 13 games, again, at some point you got to go, holy crap, look at what's happening. The context that Stink added, which is he's doing it on a team that is playing from behind where the other team can just go ahead and bank points and just...
Right, so he gets 12 opportunities a game, basically.
So, I really think, and by the way, I tend to think the closer he gets to 30, the more it becomes guys, what the hell are we doing here if you don't give him serious votes? But I think the conversation truly should start at 25, because that's just 2.5 sacks more than the record. When it comes to sacks in the NFL, that's shattering the record.
No, it's crazy. Too many people are going to stop in their tracks, and then they're just going to say to themselves the same thing Stink did in that moment, which is I want this to be reality, but then what are we saying about the defensive side of the ball if this is the case?
Is there a number that Myles can get to when it comes to the sack total where you think the NFL would have to really consider giving him, at the very least, top 3 placement on an MVP ballot? I think it starts at 25, but everything you get above 25 can't hurt as well. And Andy Reid assessed his team's chances in the weirdest damn way. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson, and if you're like me, the holiday, this time of year, yeah, we love the holidays, right? But they are expensive.
channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. We got In Case We Missed It coming up in about 45 minutes, but it's been an exhausting day to this point. A lot of Browns melodrama. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? Let's get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, JP, the Chiefs are about 2 games out of the playoffs, that last playoff spot in the AFC, and Chiefs head coach Andy Reid was asked about his level of confidence that his team can make the playoffs this year.
I'm telling you, we're going to go after you every game. That's how we roll. We're going to try to tickle your tonsils on every play, every game. That's the attitude that we're coming in with, and then you let the chips fall where they may.
Is it entirely possible he just doesn't get what he's saying there?
I think it's funny is all it is. We're going to try to tickle your tonsils.
I'm like a little convinced that Andy Reid is not like had a coitus experience in like 20 years. Like his new coitus is cheeseburgers.
Okay. Well, then he's had a lot of coitus.
He might that guy's incognito page is just like the menu to Swenson's. Like that's where Andy Reid is. That's why it's hard for me to be like, this dude's bumping and grinding over there and getting a little nasty.
I don't know that had anything to do with the tonsils part of it. I just think it's a funny saying, is it not? I kind of want to say it.
You don't get the reference?
I mean, you think he was going?
I think there's a connotation.
I did not cross my mind in the slightest.
So are you confident?
I just thought it was a funny line. I don't know.
No, it's a funny line, but it's also there's another meaning to it.
What is that meaning?
What do you think?
I don't know. Just you tell me.
Are you confident the Chiefs will be in the playoffs?
No, I'm not confident they'll be in the playoffs. It's funny. We just saw up in the TV. Danny Parkins was trying to make the argument that if the Chiefs miss the playoffs this year, their Super Bowl window in this dynasty stays running. It still exists into next year. And I'm like, no. The moment you miss the playoffs, your dynasty, you have to restart this thing. Doesn't matter. You have to restart this thing from a dynasty perspective.
Also, Cedric Mullins, Orioles outfielder, to the Rays on a 1-year deal pending a physical. Was it like $7 million? Is that just too much? Can we just not get it? I'm not doing it. They're working. The Guardians are working to upgrade their offense, and they certainly haven't said that the 2 previous years, and then came up with Lent. This is the year.
Omaha!
All right, I want to get your feel on this one. Adam Schefter was on ESPN earlier today, and he was pondering whether or not Justin Jefferson will ask for a trade from the Vikings. It's not gone well recently. Max Brosmer had what I think might be one of the worst football plays I've ever seen.
Not great facial hair either.
No.
Kind of looks like a pirate.
There's 2 plays I've watched on repeat all weekend long, I feel like. It was that play, which is one of the worst plays imaginable, and then the Young Hoku duffed field goal, which I've watched a lot. I probably watched that clip maybe 35 times. And
I felt so
just
bad for him because I know what he was saying, but man, it just didn't look
I got
good.
it. Like he said, he tried to pull up. I get it, but it looked awful, and it's so funny to me. And then obviously the golfers in my life, that's just you're just duffing a chip is all you're doing there.
I've definitely done that too.
Yeah, you just hit it a little fat. I get it, but like that was I've never seen that on the football field before.
No. I mean, I've seen kickers do like the double pump,
and we've definitely seen him shank. Oddly enough, I was thinking about this in just randomly one of those football thoughts over the weekend. Is I'm like, you don't see in kickoffs, you don't ever see a guy just whiff.
Yeah.
It just does not happen. You see him shank it. You see some really bad kicks. You see some really bad punch. You never see him
kick
whiff.
out of bounds, but you don't see him just miss it.
And then there's, Brown special teamers when they're supposed to play special teams, think that they're playing wide receiver and keep their feet in bounds. You see that happen. It does happen.
So maybe that's the problem. Brown special teamers think they're playing wide receiver, and then wide receivers like Jerry Jeudy maybe thinks he's playing special teams.
That could be part of the problem.
Just got to explain it to
So
him.
anyway, could the Vikings trade Justin Jefferson? Should they trade Justin Jefferson?
They shouldn't, but we know with wide receivers, it is, maybe not to the level of Justin Jefferson, but it does feel like once every year, once every other year, an elite wide receiver is dealt in the NFL.
I could easily see him being the one that has the issue and going up at the end of the season and saying this wasn't good enough. I've never seen a game where Justin Jefferson completes with 2 receptions for 4 yards. That's unheard of, and he's gone from what is unquestionably, Nick, it was Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson as the top 2 wide receivers in this league. I don't know what to do with him right now. It's not like his talent's gone anywhere, but his production certainly has because he doesn't have the quarterbacks right now. And so, his reputation is taking a hit. He is no longer perceived as one of the best wide receivers, at least top 2 in the sport right now. And that's not really much of his fault.
I just think if we put together a list of wide receivers that I would be shocked if they were ever traded from their current team. Jamar would be first. Justin Jefferson would be second. And I think right now, Jackson Smith and Jigba, just because of the run he's on, he's now added to that, even if I don't know that'll stick long term.
What's the price on Justin Jefferson?
Oh, it's going to be 2 firsts, right?
It feels like we start every conversation at 2 first. I guess it's a good launching point. I do wonder if he'd command a third.
Like a third first?
Yeah.
No, I don't think he'd get it.
As a matter of fact, Tunsil was one time traded for 3 firsts. It does happen.
Well, but he had the bong mask.
Yeah.
That was an added value.
Omaha!
You can get high with him. That's Ohio State OC Brian Hartline leaving for the South Florida Bulls job. Do you like this move for Brian Hartline? Do you like this move for South Florida?
Yeah, I think it's a good move. I don't have too many strong takes on this. He's developed wide receivers at an elite rate at Ohio State. It kind of feels like you should want to be a head coach instead of going to the NFL and being a wide receivers coach. So go ahead and do it. This is your path, though. This is what you have to do.
I think the only surprise to me, and South Florida is a good job, or regarded as a good job amongst Power 5 or Power 6 jobs. I don't know that it's a great job, which some people have posited it as. I think Alex Golish getting that program where it is, that's still the program that ended Charlie Strong's career as a head coach. It's done that for a couple guys.
Is he the one just ended up at Auburn?
Charlie Strong?
Golish.
No.
Golish
is at Auburn.
I loved his introductory press conference. The bit that I saw that was going through where they asked him, because obviously the former coach there had a big problem with golf, and they're like, so do you golf? And he went through all his kids golfing, and then he was like, I like football more than I like golf. End of story.
Smart answer. He's Russian, off the boat Russian. Born in Russia is more.
Okay, there we go.
You don't take a boat from Russia to America.
I believe it. I didn't detect some sort of big Putin accent or anything there.
I come to America to coach football.
I don't like golf.
And steal your nuclear codes.
I drink your vodka.
It's crap, but I drink it. My only surprise is I thought Brian would get a better job. I thought he'd get a Power 4 job. I think that's my surprise.
Yeah, the way that he was commanded by the NFL, I just kind of assumed that. I just thought he was going to end up in the NFL one day. I really did. Not as a head coach. I thought he'd just be a wide receivers coach, and then he'd work his way up, and then he'd be offensive coordinator, and he'd take a very Tommy Rees-esque projection, and that's kind of what I thought one day would happen. Now, do you think an actual step back will happen for Ohio State wide receivers?
No.
I don't either.
They were, and this is no disrespect to Brian, they were bringing in the Mike Thomases and the Chris Olaves before Brian got there.
Yeah.
But do I think... I think this is a more important hire to get right, replacing Brian Hartline, than I think Chip Kelly was. Chip Kelly was just a really smart offensive coach. I don't know Chip was the greatest the greatest recruiter ever. Brian, because Brian, people talk about wide receivers. Guys, Brian recruited everybody. And he was listen, anymore, is a great recruiter just a guy that shows up and go, here, take my monies? I don't know. But I do know that there are certain guys that just, that have a reputation at just being able to get anyone, Hartline's one of those dudes.
All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a gamble here because I don't know if you have zero interest in this, but the NBA is very about this story. Chris Paul is released by the Clippers today, and Ty Lue, apparently the two of them weren't on speaking terms for weeks on end before we ended up with this. They're off to a miserable start to the season. Clippers are just unraveling. Whether that's a Pablo Torre or not, the Clippers are unraveling. Any interest in the idea that Chris Paul, at the very end of his career, goes out in what seems to be the worst way imaginable?
I mean, it was the only way Chris Paul could go out, right? Like, Chris Paul, for as great of a basketball player as he is, as much regular season stuff he accomplished, other NBA players hate that dude. And they hated playing with him. They hated playing against him. They just, and that's part of what made Chris Paul great, by the way. But I always kind of wondered, does Chris want to end his career in L.A. because maybe he thinks he can wiggle his way into replacing Ty Lue? And I wonder if Ty Lue sensed that. Because Chris is he's like.
You think he's going to be a coach one day?
I don't know, but I could see him going for that play. And remember, Chris kind of has the Kobe style of leadership, where he just antagonizes everybody. That I really don't know that works in 2025. Hell, I don't know it worked at the end with Kobe in 2012, where there were C-list teammates wanting to punch Kobe out.
He leaves as the Clippers franchise leader in total assists and steals per game. That's wild to me.
It's trying to explain Chris Paul 20 years from now. I don't know it's going to be, because he was great. There's no, but because there's just, one conference finals? I don't think the Clippers reached one with CP3.
Not with the Clippers. He went with
that's right,
the Suns.
Phoenix. Yeah. Is that? Gosh, what an unremarkable run that was. Even
Houston,
though I know.
Too.
Oh, that's right, with James Harden. Good call. Senior research.
He might be more remembered for his State Farm commercials than anything he did on the basketball court at this point.
So we don't have this in basketball.
Incessant commercials for insurance.
We don't have this in basketball because everybody gets into the Hall of Fame. I actually just got into basketball.
And he'll get in there. Yeah, you did. You paid $5 at the door.
But if we used the NFL or Major League Baseball standards, is it a hot take to say I think Chris Paul's in the Hall of Very Good?
No, it is a hot take. He's in the Hall of Fame. He was one of the. He made the 75th anniversary team.
He's played 20 years. Anybody should make the damn team if you played 20 damn years.
Yeah, he did enough. He just didn't accomplish enough from an actual
was he ever the
title
best
standpoint.
Player on a team, other than the damn Hornets? That does not count. We can all agree. Was he ever the best player on a potential championship contender? There.
No, the Hornets run is where you get it.
Yeah.
That's really it. Yeah.
And that's really the Pelicans. I think we all know Pelicans. I continue to come back to Pelicans is just a weak ass name for a franchise. I'm a Guardians fan. I know. And they're like, oh no, there's a Pelican. Move out of the way. There are Gators. All right?
Yeah.
Louisiana's got Gators. They've got Cajuns. They've got a million things that'll kill you. And Pelicans.
I'm trying to think who else was on the early Clippers teams when he was constantly finishing in the top 5 in league MVP.
It was Blake Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, and a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, no, I'm trying because he was consistently top 5 in MVP in those years, and there was a real stretch where he was there, but I really don't remember him as being the best player on any of those teams.
Was he ever okay? I know maybe your MVP conversation. Was Chris Paul ever one of the 5 best players in the NBA?
No. Again, he made a lot. Yes. There was definitely a timeline there. There was a stretch from 2011 to 2016 where he was legitimately top 10. Right here. He finished 3rd in league MVP, 4th in league MVP, 7th in league MVP, 6th in league MVP, and then 6th in league MVP. So over a 5-year stretch, he was unquestionably a top 10 player in the sport.
By MVP voting. Subject to narrative.
Also making 3 straight all NBA first teams in that stretch, and
subject to narratives.
5 straight all defensive first teams in that stretch.
Subject to narratives.
He was. We're not making him one of the game's best, but it was. He was top 10.
If you said right now, I can choose Baron Davis at the start of his career, or Chris Paul at the start of his career?
Now this feels insulting. This feels.
Have we forgotten how magic Baron Davis was? I'll fight both of you on this.
We're getting into an Archie Manning territory for me again.
Baron Davis. I'm not talking about getting sold so your contract sucks, Baron Davis. I'm talking peak, like early years Baron Davis. I'll fight all of you. Research analysts, what you got to say?
No, I think that Baron Davis was great for a few years in there, but I'll gladly take Chris Paul over Baron Davis.
A lot of empty calories over there, Mac. Don't want to put it on the waistline.
Two-time All-Star Baron Davis.
Yeah, just keep talking about other things that people vote on and not, ball. Do you know ball?
Is that what that is?
As the Mike Singletary of NBA talk on this station.
Yeah.
I got nothing on this one. When we come back,
fine.
Sports. Now, the Browns in the draft, and would you trade up? Also not a great tease. See you in 5.
The NBA season is here, and Fanatics Sportsbook is running all
You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes there. Any thoughts on what we talked about in the break there, JP?
I don't have any.
I don't even remember what we talked about.
Not a single one. I was just an innocent bystander to the convo. I mean, I contributed. Then I stopped contributing.
But you took it all in, and I think that's the impressive thing.
Yeah, that's what happened. That is what happened.
Mac definitely had his ears perked up for the entire conversation.
Yeah, you showed a little bit too much interest, if we're being truthful about it.
I mean, there was an eagerness to the conversation that I thought, he's a young man. He's exploring his body. He's,
I just want to know if we had sound for this segment. That's all I was asking.
It's not the only thing you were thinking about there, though. Curiosity.
As far as we know, he's like a Ken doll down there, though. Smooth.
Okay. All right. Take it easy.
I don't know. As far as we know, I don't know.
Maybe you say that about anybody.
Yeah. Right now felt like a good time to use it.
But not for Mac.
No, smooth.
It's just so out of pocket. Like, we can't be the guys.
I feel a little bad about that.
We can't be the guys that razz the morning show about Mitch and just how mean they are to Mitch. And then we come out. What you just said there was meaner than anything I've heard them say to Mitch.
Yeah, I'm not denying that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not denying that one.
Mac, rebuttal?
Hey, Mac, I said I was sorry, and I meant it.
Oh, that did not sound like you meant it.
Anytime you say, and I meant it at the back end of that, that's when you know. That's when you
totally
know it's
sincere.
I said I'm sorry, and I meant it.
Totally.
And I meant it.
I remember I made, oh, man, I shouldn't tell this story.
Oh, why not?
I got beyond blotto the night before graduation.
Yeah.
Like, first time I ever had Jack Daniels, that kind of thing. And nobody told me, hey, young fella, those don't go down like beers.
Wait. You're talking high school?
Yeah.
I was like, wait, you didn't do college graduation.
No. There's a theme there. That's why I didn't do college graduation. Because it wasn't the last time I had Jack Daniels.
My mind, I was like, wait, really late in your life to have Jack Daniels? Oh, no, you're talking high school. Okay.
But I made an absolute ass out of myself at my friend Sydney Fox's house in front of a couple of the nicest girls that we went to school with. And the next day, I just felt so bad. And I didn't learn yet, just take when somebody says it's okay and give them time to, for it to be okay.
Yeah.
And so our friend Emily was like, Nick, it's okay. And I was like, but I don't think it is. And I just kept browbeating her. And finally, again, one of the top 10 sweetest people at the high school finally was like, Nick, I can't make you believe that it's okay. And I was like, at that point, I was like, oh, we might have some work to do on ourselves here because you just browbeat a very nice person into giving you the third apology or accepting your fifth apology of the day and didn't drink Jack Daniels for just a little bit there.
That's all right then.
Yeah. It kind of reminded me of your non-apology. That's what I was thinking.
We're cool.
Yeah.
We're cool.
Oh, you and Kendall. Now, all this being said, we did.
That was even worse. You see, I feel like that was.
No, it was in your parlance, not my parlance.
Yeah.
I think you're a real man, Mac.
There we go. You got it. You got it, big shooter. You got it over there.
Clip it. Mac, you want to go out to Outback? Nay! That's what I think Mac says. That being said.
What? Really nailed that one.
Oh.
Really, Kendall? You want to go back?
You see, that's the part where you stick up for him and he can't help himself.
Trying to call you a horse, and all of a sudden...
he can't help himself.
You just look like a horse's ass. Now, Dane Brugler's mock draft.
Yeah.
What do you think about it? What do you think about this?
What do you think about this horse?
And we're off the rails again.
The Brugler beef. It's still
off the rails.
It still exists.
I still don't know. It's funny. I think if you asked us after this weekend and you said, are you trading up for Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore? I think you're going to get one answer. And I think you've asked us after the first round of the playoffs, I think there's a decent chance that just one game changes that answer for 90% of people listening?
I think most people are going to watch Mendoza, if not for the first time, the second or third time as an Ohio State fan this weekend. I think like if he looks awesome in this game on Saturday, I think we're going to have a lot of phone calls on Monday about being like, this is the guy. Go out and get him. That's just how this works.
I think the problem is, and we highlighted the high ceiling of Dante Moore versus kind of the relatively lower ceiling for Fernando, but higher, like considerably higher floor. Like these guys don't exist in the NFL, but I would say give me a safer quarterback pick this year. It would be Fernando because of his skill set and because of just the experience that he has. I think lost in the whole Dane Brugler conversation. If you guys are just joining us, or if I didn't bail correctly out of that last conversation and give you the proper details, Dane Brugler's first mock draft of the year has the Browns trading up to 1 with the Titans, giving up the Jacksonville first as well, and giving up a day 2 pick next year. There is a part of me that as badly as the Browns need a quarterback, on offense, you just... Between wide receiver, left tackle, left guard, potentially center, right guard, right tackle, there's just so many spots on this offense that a 3-for-1, 3 picks over the next 2 years, it does feel like you're still going to end up shortchanging whatever quarterback you trade up to take.
I just feel like if you really do love these guys, then you have to make that move. It's just whether or not you really love them or not. Like you can't convince yourself that Mendoza's the guy. You have to really love him, and if that's the price, that's the price. Same thing with Dante Moore. Like if this is the gamble you want to take, okay, fine. And I get it. I'm coming from a place of I'm tired of watching this team tell us they're assembling everything else but the quarterback and then trying to make it all work. I'm just a little tired of that because if you don't do that, if you go through the wide receiver and offensive line route and like you're set up Shedeur better or Dylan or Deshaun, whoever it ends up being next year, but you're not going to be in any sort of real competition next season.
I think my concern is I think you can kind of already see it coming out. The narrative is going to be there that most teams should just wait till 2027. And there's an element of, are you taking a quarterback, for instance, are you taking a quarterback in 2019 when 2020 and 2021 end up being the years?
Yeah, what we're doing is the same convo we had last year.
Yeah,
that's going to be the same convo we have. It's no one. It's not that people didn't like Cam Ward and Shedeur. People like Cam Ward and Shedeur. They didn't like him the same way they liked Joe Burrow, though. It was a different conversation for that draft. It's a different conversation for even the previous draft for that. That was Drake May and Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. So that's what you gotta make peace with as of right now.
But I think that's the struggle. I'm going to give a for instance of a quarterback that I didn't like coming out. I actually see the value in Dante Moore, and I can actually find myself to see the value in Arch Manning if he comes out, even though it's not thought that he's going to come out, and Ty Simpson and certainly Fernando Mendoza. Taking Daniel Jones with a 6th pick overall in 2019 looks bad enough if you're the Giants. Now imagine they had traded 2 additional top 40 picks to get Daniel Jones and then watch that guy waste 4 years of your team.
Right, and it would be very Browns to have hey, let's go through this semi-rebuild, whatever you want to call it, for 2 seasons. And in the 2 seasons that you give yourself a window to take a quarterback, you have the 2 classes that are sandwiched in between what is turning out to be, again, the 3 quarterbacks I had mentioned previously, an all-time great draft, and what then everyone now tells us next year could potentially be such a same thing as well. That is just our Browns dumb luck if I've ever heard it.
Well, and here's the thing. A lot of these conversations are a touch early. That's why I'm not necessarily freaking out a little bit, but when I saw Dane Brugler has you trading up, I immediately was like, oh, so we're going to take a quarterback that might end up being a good, not great quarterback, and then he's going to have one less tool to work with because you don't have that Jacksonville first. I kind of felt this way about last year. If Cam Ward had fallen to you at 2, I would have taken Cam Ward. I would have loved it because I certainly thought the trade down was a brilliant choice there. You know me, I liked Abdul Carter. I liked Will Campbell. I liked but didn't love Travis Hunter, mostly because of the branding stuff, but he's a unicorn. But if Cam Ward had fallen to you, I would have taken him because you need a quarterback, and it makes sense. I kind of feel like this is that same draft. I kind of feel like this is the same draft of if the right guy falls to you, it's the Bo Nix of it. Maybe I'm a little too drunk on the idea of like Bo Nix was quarterback number 5 in that class, and the right quarterback fell to the right team, and you allowed yourself not to overthink it in one way or another, right? I kind of feel like that maybe is where you should be this year.
So the advantage of having a new head coach, though, if you do have one, is that he can have the year to not – he doesn't have to – first off, you don't have to force a quarterback at all, and you can have the year to just kind of wait until 2027 and then just kind of see it all through. Yeah, I don't know that Stefanski and Barry can do the same thing.
Can the Browns trade down out of a high pick 2 straight years? Because that – I mean – if you get to it and it's
so is there that much of a would you be that opposed to the idea if you could basically copy and paste the draft that they just did and just pull it off, you'd look at it and be like, wow, Barry in back-to-back years has hit on 5 different rookies in each class?
And this next class, it was a left tackle and a wide receiver that you got. And then, and again, listen, I don't want to commit myself to anything or put myself on record on anything. But I'm looking ahead, and I'm excited. I am. And I'm intrigued by Mendoza. I'm intrigued by Moore. And I think there's a chance I'm more likely to fall in love with either of those guys than I was whoever the second best quarterback last year was going to be. But I'm looking ahead, and the warning signs are there. And I can't lie that the first thought I had when Brugler had his thing was, I don't know that I'd trade up for either one of these quarterbacks.
I think if you love the quarterback, I think you do. But
teams lie about that all the time.
Well, I know that's why they have to be truthful with their own evaluation and their own everything. But I don't trust this regime enough to get it right anyway. That's the other part of this problem. They could tell me they really love somebody, and I would tell them, okay, great. I don't trust you to develop this guy, and also I don't trust you to even look at this guy and say you think you can get this guy to where he needs to be.
Dane Brugler has the Browns trading up in his first mock draft for Fernando Mendoza. Fernando, is this the year to trade up? A little early draft talk there in case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and services to get your packages there safely. Even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Share the spirit of the season with 6 gifts in one. Surprise your loved ones with a Guardians 6-pack. Tickets to 6 of 2026's biggest games, including Friday nights, fireworks shows, and marquee matchups. Unwrap extra cheer and pay 0 fees when you buy during Cyber Week only at CLEGuardians.com.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to our guest, Ashley Bastock at 320. Great stuff on the Wyatt Teller situation, the Jeudy situation, all the situations. Deshaun Watson's 21-day practice window opening up today as well. Great stuff with Ross Tucker on the Shedeur stuff, on the Deshaun stuff. And some good Ohio State stuff there as well. And then Mark Schlerth, who had some really fun stuff on the Jeudy situation. Of course, he'll be on the call, Browns-Titans, on Sunday as well. So he had a breakdown of Cam Ward versus Shedeur Sanders. Kind of got into football guyism at one point.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely reminded everyone how many times he won a Super Bowl.
Dude, if I won 3 Super Bowls, you'd never...
I know. At some point, though, you do kind of shelve it for a little bit, right?
He hasn't won a Super Bowl for 20 years.
I know.
So he shelved it for 20 years, and now he brought it out just for now.
I've seen him put on his Twitter, which, by the way, good response. On your Twitter, when it's like you just put your hand out there with the 3 Super Bowl rings, unasked twice in a 20-minute interview.
The problem is...
little gratuitous.
But see, the problem is...
Little gratuitous is all.
I don't know. Once per every 10 minutes sounds good for me.
I just feel like... I mean, at least it's a great life accomplishment. You know?
Do realize how many times if you won 3 Super Bowls?
I don't think I'd bring it up at all. I said it twice because you gave me a funny look there. So it didn't make it sound believable in the slightest bit.
It's like your apology for Kendall over there.
I'm sorry, and I meant it. You win 1, maybe you talk about it a decent amount. 3 times, you just kind of, like, everyone knows. Who in his life doesn't know that he won the Super Bowl 3 times?
I think it's the next rung of people who are just kind of in his general orbit that have to know.
Who cares about those people?
Like his wife knows the 3 Super Bowls. His children know. His moms and pops knows. You know who doesn't know? Maybe his mailman.
I was going to say, like, who doesn't know?
Or maybe there was somebody listening out there that don't know that Mark Schlerth had 3 rings, and now they know.
If they don't know, then they're not going to be like, oh, wow, I had no idea about this. I'm so impressed by you. If you didn't know that Mark Schlerth came with Super Bowl rings, then you didn't really know who Mark Schlerth was to begin with anyway.
I kind of want you to... I wish you would have said this on air.
I mean,
checked him right there.
There's a lot of truth that I'm speaking right now.
I wish you would have checked him right there.
I liked that he went off on Jerry Jeudy. He satisfied me enough there. Jeez, that came out wrong.
That's going to be the opening tomorrow.
That came out wrong. It came out wrong. We'd like that 10 seconds back.
I've heard that before.
That's good.
It did feel good, though.
That's good.
It did feel good.
That's good, too, in case you missed it.
All right, we're starting off with Miami likely being left out after beating Notre Dame head-to-head and having an almost identical resume. The other dispute that's happening right now across college football, Sarkisian at Texas is complaining about even scheduling Ohio State. And it does kind of feel like there's a battle of what do we do with the scheduling issue here, and then what do we do with the fact that head-to-head apparently doesn't mean anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think we already saw, like, Alabama has already altered their future segment to take away, like, big matchups in the future. By the way, what a bunch of cowards.
It was a lame move.
Yeah, I mean, and the reason why I say that is it's not to take a direct shot at Alabama, because I know that's the opening salvo, and all these primetime programs using it as an excuse to just not schedule anyone. Now, here's what I will say. That is good for the group of 5, because there was a minute where we were a little afraid that those games were going to go away. The ones that make BG $3 million a year to show up and play.
Yeah, those were on life support, and now it feels like they got a second win.
And it feels like now they're huffing paint. It feels like now it's like they've been given oxygen like you've never seen before. I just think it just continues to be this ebb and flow of the 2 extremes in college football. for 5 years will go where nobody schedules anyone, and then there's a big hubbub and it impacts the playoffs. So then for 5 years, people are going to... It's just everything in college football is cyclical, and how no one in the media... Ooh, going Jerry Jeudy here. How nobody in the college football media, I've specified it now, or like college football's leadership has identified that it's like, wait, didn't we just say everyone's going to start doing tougher schedules like 5 years ago? Like, that's what annoys me about it.
The rules have kind of been established now, right? Like for the longest time,
but the rules are going to change again.
Well, and again, they're made up rules to begin with anyway. But the idea that if you have 2 losses, you're afforded 2 now. That's the rule. You know, when you needed to make the Final Four, it was like you can get away with 1 loss, but you have to be a real powerhouse, and even that's probably not the smartest idea. Now it's like you can have 2 losses. In the case of Sark, you can't have 3. If that means you have to schedule cupcakes around all that, I see how teams are going to game this now.
Isn't 3 a relatively arbitrary number? Isn't that dumb?
Well, but it is kind of it's been the cutoff. When you have 12 teams into this, that's kind of just been what the cutoff is. It's kind of like Pete Futek taught me this years ago. That idea with if you were a 1-loss Big Ten title winner, you got into the college football playoff. Like the rules were set. You could lose that 1 game, but if you won the Big Ten title, you were good. That's how history had showed out. Now history, with the short amount of time that we've had this, has kind of shown you can have 2 losses. You can't really have 3 and expect to get in the top 12.
But again, it was reductive and silly when it was 1 loss or 2 losses. I think this is just silly. Like, honestly, Texas, after beating Texas A&M, like, how does Texas A&M fall?
They're 7 now, right?
They fell 4 spots. How do you fall 4 spots and Texas moves up 2 spots? That's a huge win for Texas. Like, Texas, I'll be honest, I'd rather watch Texas in the playoffs over Miami, who's I mean, they benefited from a bad ACC schedule. I respect what Texas has done more than I respect Alabama or Notre Dame to this point.
Well, so that's the other side of this, is that, and I know before, because you're such a big computer guy and you love your analytics, you made the suggestion baby. You want the BCS back, but like the BCS is better than, in many ways, it's better than what's based off of soft data points and then their gut. That's all this college football committee is doing.
None of them have guts.
Well, it's all
if you put me there. This is a real gut, guys.
Yeah, you don't like Juracek's gut?
No, needs to be fatter.
Okay.
Gut check time or gut. Hey, I got to go to my gut on this one. Then have a gut.
But that's what it is. It's like soft data points, and then like I have a feeling about this team. How did that happen? And then again, like the Miami Notre Dame situation is the weirdest thing we've ever seen, because now all of a sudden conference title games weren't supposed to be part of the equation in this, and now it's like, well, it could easily flop. Neither team is playing, and it could easily change. What changed?
I just want to point out, and I think something aged that you get to declare that you were right on. We love I Was Right Radio here.
We do love that.
College football's never been the same since Hunter Yurachek said 6'7".
Right? Lost all credibility right then and there.
Yeah. I mean,
you were thinking it. I definitely thought it.
Like the game was on an ascension that we've never seen before. Like the expanded playoffs, everyone's happy. We got this team and that team, and these guys beating that guy, and that guy beating these guys. We had it all, and then 6-7, and then it all went to pot.
You make a joke of the process, and then you turn around and your process is actually a joke. Then it's like, the clown is really he's actually a clown. This wasn't a bit,
dude. It's been 5 hours because
he's not just doing the clown nose. He's actually wearing it. And this
when
is what
you
this
said
is.
You make a joke, I thought you were going Italian, and I was like, why is he going Italian stereotype? You make a joke, and I don't go to
sound like what?
Because you said you make a joke, which is just you saying you make a joke.
Yeah.
But it sounded like you make a joke.
I told you, I think my 23andMe has that, like, I'm like 4% Italian, which means I'm up for Italian Man of the Year. Watch out, Lima.
I want you to I want you to come in next week and you just have a glorious mustache.
They'll never have me back after ripping Little Italy's parking situation. That's where I lost the community.
You've been downgraded. You actually were 6% Italian genetically.
Yeah.
And then they heard about this fiasco, and they're like, take a 2% off.
There's nowhere to park on the weekends when you go. It's just a disaster.
You don't like the parking. You can get banter.
I just want to park so I can eat your fine pasta.
Pasta's fine. Parking's a fine too.
Parking stinks.
I guess we got to run. Big thanks to Matt. Big thanks to everybody. Jake Murrin, whoever, Matt Corrale, Meredith Kane. We got to run. See you guys.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute. Last night, the College Football Playoff Committee ranked Alabama over Notre Dame. So barring a blowout in the SEC championship game, I think the Crimson Tide are in. We all know the committee has been avoiding the Notre Dame-Miami debate, but if Texas Tech defeats BYU in the Big 12 championship game, then we'll finally have that debate. And against all odds, I think the committee would actually then put the Hurricanes in over the Irish and would cite Miami defeating Notre Dame back in August as the main reason for the switcheroo. I'm Zach Gelb.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com.